nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Testing 1, 2. There's a mic. A little bit of mic problems there. I fixed it there. Sorry about that, folks. Welcome everybody. Torch coming on in here trying to get that, get the shots and slots and whatever going off right away. Fantastic. Good to know that's working. Lots of new stuff to get to show. The track's loaded. Got some new things to get created and get applied to the track. It's kind of hard to know where to begin, but I guess first off, what I want to let everybody know, this is by request. I guess as far as by popular demand, even there are now Crayon Emotes available on the in the chat, so you can do it one of two ways. It's in the follower emotes. If you're already following the channel, you can spam the crayons, or you can type in the command in there. I got a command in there for crayons. So you can type in crayons. It's in the title of the, I think I put it in there. It's in the title of the stream as well. Scrambled pretty much of it to get, there it is. Very, very, very chilly out today. That's for sure. So for anybody that wants to do a little bit, be creative, I guess as far as while I'm being creative, feel free to use the crayons. So that's newest item, I guess, as far as for all the folks out there. Thanks for the suggestions and the requests, I guess, as far as by, like I said, by popular demand. It's now out there. Very, very cold out today, too, if I didn't already mention that. Lots of things breaking down, mechanical things breaking down with it getting this cold. So, yeah, I had a little bit of mechanical things to take care of prior to start the stream there, so that was fun. Okay. I got some new things to show off in the game as well. Some of these might be somewhat preliminary, but so stick around for anybody that's just starting to tune in. With that, we always try to get at least a session or two, I guess, as far as testing the track in the sim, in its element. And definitely looking forward to be able to do that today as well. So I'm going to turn that down just a tad more, just some audios. There we go. So as I said, the track is loaded, and I got some initial things to show off first before we get into some of the new items we need to get applied to the track. Like the outer lights. That's going to be the main focus here today on the stream, is getting the outer light poles applied. So I do have some picture references. Let's see if I can get to that here. Picture references. So I got the track there. I need to open up a different... yeah. Didn't get myself 100% all set up here, but let's do this. I want to open... it's a new window, and I want to open... Desktop is kind of a mess right now. Been messing with a lot of things. Besides, Enter 2003. So yeah, I want to go into this. And so some of the new items, just to kind of go over this rather briefly here. Not a whole lot, but most of the things that have been applied to it as of late really makes a statement, I guess, for the track itself. So we're gonna get into this. So I'm gonna show off some of these here in Sandbox, and I'm gonna go through these a little bit more in detail, I guess, as far as what we're looking at and what's been done. So we got these items here, as far as some 3DOs and some texture files have been replaced, and in some cases to correct some of the errors that existed, I guess, as far as from last stream. So how we doing there, Racer James? Welcome on in. Just getting things started up. I did get that stuff from you. I think I did message you on Discord. I had to turn that thing off there. I was using a lot of resources here. I had to get into the LiDAR of the track to get some information off of that, and yeah, it was super chuggy. So I did what I needed to do. I do have that initially loaded up here. So the information that I was to acquire from LiDAR, was able to get that. And this is the initial setup for the outer light poles. So I've sized it up in the LiDAR, just as far as that the outer light poles are at anywhere from 21 to 22 meters, give or take, which is roughly about 60 foot. Just to kind of give some more clarity on that. So I've got this initially set up here, so I need to get it to where this ruler is at, as far as the height of the lights there. So I gotta increase the size of that a little bit. I'll explain this a little bit more in detail, I guess, as far as later, but that's amongst the things that you can expect to see here on stream today. Alright, so let's go over some of these latest updates here. So for those that have been tuning in to the streams, you kind of know some of the things I pointed out that needed a little bit of attention. And I'm going to go over that real quick here. First, so on the pit road issues, as far as the texturing of the pit stalls, for example, a lot of things have been corrected on that. Much smoother lines, much cleaner, I guess, as far as down here. We don't have any clipping or any, like we noticed in some of these openings here. So between this one here and the one over here by Victory Lane, much more solid, no clipping and no hiding of the pit lines, I guess, as far as underneath because there's a lot of elements here between TSD and model pieces that are going on a lot of these areas. So sometimes those tend to fight each other. So it's a matter of getting them to play nice with each other. So I think it's pretty well corrected itself. Now I haven't checked this out, I guess, as far as in the sim yet, so we'll definitely be checking that out later. But you can see how much better this all looks. Amongst the new items that have been applied here, a lot of items into the infield. So these garage signs, these are brand new. The fencing that goes along the infield here around the garage area, all that is brand new. Kind of pan this around. So you got these garage signs that are all the parking areas as far as the camper areas, so let you know this coming into the garage area. Adds a lot of pizzazz, I guess, to the infield here, that's for sure. I mean, just that a little bit. And then we've got some other fences. Oh, yonder. So in these areas. So it's got like these iron wrought, you know, like the wrought iron type of fencing I think they have in those areas, if I remember. That's what we have all going around the inside of the infield here. So the bullards, and we pointed this out last week, I guess, as far as amongst the things that were going to be updated prior to the start of the stream today. Those have been applied. So you got these retainers, these bullards as they call them, I guess, as far as to keep the campers from rolling off the slope of the backstretch here. Those are all now applied. New screens for the big hoss, so we'll be able to check that out in the sim. Brand new frames for those. I'll go over those a little more in detail, I guess, as far as amongst the updated items that I showcased in the folder. I'm trying to think of anything else while I'm panning around here. I'll be going through this a lot more in detail for sure. The lights have been applied. I don't think we got to show that since last week. So all the interior lighting has been applied. We're going to be working on the exterior lighting, as far as the outer lighting there, as far as the pole lights, as well as up on the grandstand, hopefully. Depends on the essence of time. So we got some additional fencing here. I think this has all been added here around by the tunnel and such. Actually, there's no back facing on this one here, I notice. No back facing on this one here. Just happen to notice. So some of this I'm just now getting a really good look at what's going on with it. So there's no back facing on that fencing here, just on the one side. I don't know if that was intentional. And what's helped a lot with getting these things placed is the actual satellite image, as far as the ground plane that we have for the infield even here, to get these items in place. Continue to go around here and see this. So yeah, I guess I never noticed that before. The infield fencing here, the chain link only has the texture on the one side. I'm not sure if that was by design. Oh, you'll be fixing that? All right then. There's your answer. This is kind of why we tend to go over, I guess, some of the updated items there to see what problem areas may still exist and what needs a little bit of fine-tuning. So that is the majority so far, I guess, as far as what's going on here. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail with I got the folder open here for the updated items like so. So I already went over the backstretch bullards, the fencing in the garage area. We had some updates to the fencing texture. The infield, this small fencing, I showed that it needs the double side to it, obviously. Garage signs. There's been some update to the infield buildings, which, for anybody that has been tuning in, the bollards were placed in the infield buildings. That's been removed. That's the only thing that's been replaced on that. Okay, so from what I remember, the pit signs, you got the pit signs, these are the garage signs. So there's the garage signs and the pit signs. That's basically, just to add some more clarity here. So the pit signs, and Torch can feel free to elaborate on this. The pit signs are these signs right here. And the garage signs are the, let's see if I can find it. They're the ones that have the actual NASCAR series on it. So like this one has Cup Series on it. It's got the plaque that hangs below it, I guess, as far as for the Cup Series, and then this one's for Xfinity. And like I said, Torch can feel free to elaborate on that. But that's what I did notice, I guess, as far as amongst the updated items. As far as the difference between the garage signs and the pit signs. I might have that backwards. Yeah, this has all been Torch's work there, Racer James. That is correct. I did fix the Cash App logos on the entrance. Okay. That might be something I might have missed. among skeptics. So the Cash App on the entrance here, let's go check that out. Yeah, this infield is phenomenal. I mean, it's so even coming out from this level here. So we got a combination of newer haulers, you know, as far as newer made, as well as textured haulers to kind of bring it to up to date, as well as some older items, like I said, are still available on the Spline Design's website. With these camper groups, for example. Some of these are kind of up in the air, though, I noticed too. Yeah, so we may have a little bit of adjustment with some of these camper groups to get it out there, but these are 100% available on the Spline Design Studios site to be able to use your own track build, or to even apply these to some of the default tracks if they use the shared camper groups, because they do comply, or they're in the same orientation as the original camper groups that are adorned in the shared folder of the sim. These are directly applied to the track, so they don't use the shared folder whatsoever. Just to kind of give some more clarity on that. But yeah, so some of these items obviously still need some adjustment. Some of these are a little bit off the ground, but very minor tweaks to get as far as at this point. What I still feel is pretty cool, and I've shown this many a times, I guess, as far as on stream here, but the fact that the tunnel is actually pretty much accessible. I mean, you can go drive through, that goes right underneath the track, or gives the illusion, at least anyway, that you can. So no matter where you would consider, I guess, to put a camera angle, like even on the infield here, there's a lot to be able to take in. That's what I usually always, when looking at a track here, as far as like if I was to put a camera here, what would that look like? You know, what would need to be fixed, what would need to be addressed. I think Torch too, amongst some of these, and again you can elaborate. The Speedway Club had a little bit of fine tuning to it too, some cleaning up. It pretty much does too, doesn't it, Rachel James? I mean, it's, you know, there's just enough in here, I guess, to kind of show that there's something going on there. The only thing that's really missing, and I think I pointed it out last stream, is there's really no people, like even some 3D audiences or whatever that are walking around or whatever in the infield. That's about the only thing that's missing so far. Whether that would still be applied, that might be an option. We've been adding a little bit at a time to see where the track stands as far as usability, as far as to make sure the frame rates aren't tanking out or whatever. That's always a huge thing to consider. I'm still in the works of trying to figure out how to recreate this animated flag. Really want to get that done. It's just a matter of getting that script set up again. Oh, this is something else that's new. Since I'm looking at the victory lane, this has been added. So this this is a separate 3D model piece from the rest of the victory lane. So that's amongst the new items. That's also in here, which is this Vic Lane Small. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's using the victory lane texture. Yep. So it's using the victory lane MIP that was already being used by the rest of the victory lane. So that's very good use of textures that already exist instead of creating a new one. So we do have, oh, the Cash App. Yep, so I got this TSD Cash App green. I was going to look at that, I forgot. Got a little sidetrack. There's lots of stuff to kind of show, so I'm probably going to miss some things. But definitely make sure you keep me honest out there. Which one's coming next stream? As far as the 3D people? Excuse me. 3D crowds in the infield? I think it would be really cool, I guess, to have something. And we usually see these in a lot of the NASCAR 2003 tracks where you have people standing behind the pits and things like that. That would really just add it. So this has been updated here. Cash App. Is that just me or is that backwards? Is that the way they put that? Oh, I remember I did point out, this is probably why it's been updated. I was mentioning as far as how it bled through. Yeah, so the fact that it doesn't bleed through anymore is as far as in between the safer. Nice. Very nice. Lines up really nice and clean here. I don't think the exit one was quite as bad, if I remember right. I'm gonna go check it anyway. I'm gonna humor myself. Cool. Yeah, so we got some 3D crowds coming into the infield here at some point. Just a lot of fine tuning like that. So over on this end, I don't think this one was quite as bad. So if it was, it isn't anymore. It's nice. You don't have that clipping through there. And it's nice and clean on this end too. Beautiful. Nice clean lines on that. You don't have a lot of overlap or anything like that. Lots of attention to detail, I guess, as far as that goes. Ooh. Alright, let's continue looking at what we've got that's updated here. So we've got garage signs, the Speedway Club. I was heading my way over there. So there's just been some cleanup from what Torch has mentioned to me to the Speedway Club. You know, not a lot of, you know, just cleaning up some loose ends on it. Also, sometimes through the process of when you're creating these items and adding new things to it, like the 3D crowds, you notice some things need to be addressed. So right off the bat, it could be just me, I'm noticing a little bit of misskewing with some of these winders, I guess as far as from the side to the front. I don't know if that was part of what was considered. It's just something that sticks out to me right off the bat. What about the other side? Yeah, so I don't know if these are supposed to line up or not. I would assume these lines here have to line up from the side and the front. That might be a little bit more fine-tuning, I guess, to that. What's literally unplayable? What's literally unplayable? That's how they have it probably for advertising. Oh, okay. On the Cash App deal, yeah. Fix the points on the O'Reilly signs, O'Reilly logos. Nice. Oh, you fixed the points on them? Cool. Yeah. Maybe if you can elaborate what has been updated to the Speedway Club. I know we do have that as an updated item here. Let's see. Right. What did you mean by totally unplayable there, Richard? Or literally? What's unplayable? Oh, you were just giving Torch some crap. Right. So the fact that that's miscued like that makes it totally unplayable. I will say, for as many times as we tested on the track, the track is raced beautifully and flawlessly, I guess, as far as even with all these additions to the track livery. The track is raced like it's butter smooth. I mean, it's a nice track. The AI still needs a little bit of tweaking. They're not 100% perfect, and that's really about the only thing to say about that. Trying to think of anything else that I might be missing. Definitely, like I was mentioning, Torch, you can keep me. Texas logo has been raised to meet the ground. So this Texas logo over here. Is that what you meant? I'll be honest, I hadn't really paid attention to that previously. Here's what it looked like. Okay. So this has been adjusted. Looks like there might be a little bit more adjustment to be made, like I was mentioning here. That's probably a UV texture map type of thing. Do that. I think I did mention, so amongst the other updates, as I'm thinking about these things, we did. There have been some adjustments made to the alignment of things here at the start-finish line. So start-finish line lines up more with the medallion. The only thing that's still a little bit off is this here, and it's already been made aware by Torch. So the fact that the series flagger wasn't quite centered. You got the flag stand itself, the medallion, all that lines up really nice. So this is the last thing, I guess, to get lined up here, so it's all like in a nice centered. And I'm going to keep mentioning this just in case anybody tends to wonder. This is evident even in reality, I guess, as far as how offset the victory lane is to even say the big hoss and the start finish line. This is evident even in reality. So the fact that the victory lane is slightly off center from that. So whether you want to consider the big hoss is off center or the victory lane is off center, this is evident in reality. So this is all based on LiDAR, I guess, as far as when you look at actual pictures, I guess as far as from this perspective, you'll notice this same phenomena. So the fact that that even exists like that, that's pretty spectacular if you ask me. This how close to reality, I guess, as far as this has been built. 3D crowds obviously been added. They are double-sided, so even if you were to put a camera angle, I guess, at this level, see the level of detail to that. And the fact that with the enormity of how much 3D crowds have been added to the stands on the main grand here, the fact that it doesn't reduce frame rates hardly at all. I mean, you're talking maybe about a drop of maybe 5 to 6, 7 frames when you're coming through the front stretch, especially starting from the back. We've tested this at least a couple times with these in here, and we've proven that. Let's see, they need to tear down TMS down to rebuild. What do you mean you need to what are you talking about? Oh yeah, based on what we've done here. That's what you meant. I think, you know, it's not perfect by any stretch of the means, I guess, as far as the bumps and whatever that exist actually in the track in reality. But I think the overall geometry of the track, it's pretty much spot on. I mean, we're within, in a lot of areas I've checked with the linear guide in comparison to, you know, getting that information from the LiDAR. You're probably within a half a meter or so of deviation, I guess, from things. You know, be it the outside walls and things like that. I mean, very little deviation, I guess, as far as from what's in actuality, as far as with the LiDAR. It's freaking insane. What is that emote anyway? Fourth hype? That's a global emote? That's a weird one. That's crazy. I had to check that one out. That was freaking me out there a little bit. So, what else do we have? What else did we miss? I think that, we did, there's some adjustment to the outer ground. I did make some suggestions or recommendations for what needed to be fixed there. Mostly what we noticed was on the outside of like the turns. There was a lot of gap into that, so we want to check and see how it's been done here. Okay, so I can already notice right away there are some adjustments here. So it wasn't so much in this area as much as it was in the apex. So check this out. Yeah, so now we don't see underneath the wall like we were able to before. You can still see under there a little bit, but it's not nearly as bad. So definitely some adjustments to that. Is there still some work being done on this torch, or is this pretty much what you consider to be good to go? I mean, it is definitely an improvement. I can already tell right off the bat it's definitely an improvement so far. Meant fix the gaps in the outside wall where the ground meets the walls. And considering this done, okay. I'm still noticing here, and we can always check this in the sim too. You can still see under the wall. How did you do this anyway? Is this like an extension of the wall, or is that actually a part? I gotta open up, let's do this. Curiosity is getting the better of me, so I want to open up this Texas Outer Ground by itself here. Let's do it from the track edit folder. Texas Outer Ground. I gotta see how this is going. I want to isolate it. Let's see, Texas. It should be in alphabetic. This one, yeah. Let's open this one up. I'm just gonna open this up in 3D Sim Ed. Let's see what's going on with this thing. We have... So it's using the... Wait. Is this correct? Is that using the... Maybe I'm wrong. What texture does that use? I don't know if I ever did check that before. We're going to go look at it this way, so we're going to see what texture is being used on that. Let's look for MIP. Hey, how we doing there, Yasso? Welcome on in. Other than trying to warm up, it's pretty chilly out there today. That looks like an old one. I'm opening up the... Yeah, so it's using Texas overhead. Is that the right texture it's supposed to be using? I'm opening this right from the track edit folder. I guess as far as add some clarity. Let's do a fine. Just want to make sure that's the only texture. Assuming. Ah, dang it. It's not a nip, it's a MIP, you dummy. I mean, it is a little... I probably got nipply on the brain. That's probably why I typed it that way. Alright, so yeah, Texas underscore overhead is what this is using. Which is... Oh wait, we got a Texas ground... Oh, wait. Oh, that's the ground plane, never mind. I never did take that out of there. This ground plane here, we don't really need that one anymore. I think that's what we can. So this, my edit folder is going to be not like probably what you've got. So the Texas overhead is what this is using. I'm just making sure. Yeah, definitely cool. Tsunami warning? What do you got? A tsunami? What the heck? What's going on over there? That doesn't sound good. Oh, it should be signage MIP is using that. Well, I put the new one in here. This is what's the date on this one? 9/9. Maybe I don't have the new one here. It's a second here. Let me double check. So this one's dated. Wow, maybe that is not the new one. Let me check my stuff. It's pretty sure I got those all in there, but I might have missed one. I know I am missing. I sent you a message in Discord there to Torch, and I can confirm in here. I'm missing Jumbo Screen 2 and Jumbo Screen 45 for some reason out of the files you sent me. So just those two jumbo screens. It's not really critical that I have them right now, but in order to see the frames on the new deals, I guess, for the big hoss, I'm just letting you know, I guess, as far as I was missing those, and that's directly from what you sent me. Let me check on... Okay, I'm definitely thinking I didn't put the new one in. Alright, hold on. Definitely did not. Let me open this. I think I got an old outer ground. I might have to bring these, I was pretty sure I brought those all over, but I guess not. Notepad. Check this one out. Yep, this one is using signage. Yep, so confirmed. Torch, I just didn't put the right one in there yet. Don't know how that happened, but okay. Let's do a copy of that, and we'll put this in our track edit folder. We'll overwrite that bad boy. Paste, and we want to overwrite that. It's saying it is new though. What the hell? Weird. So I do have the new one in there. Alright, let's check it again here. We'll refresh. We'll get this squared away. Texas ground outer. Let's make sure. Open with notepad. So it is using signage. Let me reload the track here real quick, just to confirm. Close that out. Let me see if I can open this up in 3D Sim now. There we go. Now it's loading right. Yeah, for some reason I don't think I had the right one in there. Okay. Good to know. All right, so here's the updated. This is the one it should have. At one point, when this originally got created, it was using that texture, but we're now using this texture. Now we can take a closer look through the sim ed here. What's going on with this thing? It's a little bit wonky, I guess, to navigate around in here, but so you got the tunnels in there. I wanted to really zoom in on this part. See what's going on here. Okay, so just take a look at. I'm gonna reload the track here with real quick. Let's do that. Let's see what's going on. So we want this one here. Let's see what we got going on here. Sent those MIPs in Discord. Okay, I'll get those in a minute. Earthquake in Tonga. Possible tsunami to northern west coast. Yikes. Tonga? Where's Tonga? Where's that? I'm not geographically educated, I guess. I assume, obviously, it's like over that way as far as west. But is that an island? Middle of the Pacific Ocean. So is that like outside Hawaii and all that? Hawaiian Islands? Or you might as well know. That's not cool, actually. Hopefully that doesn't turn into too bad of a tsunami.
Uninterrupted. Try YouTube Premium on us.
Okay, we're using the Techno-X royalty-free music, I guess, on YouTube, so might hear an ad on that every once in a while. Okay, cool. That was a really quick one. Sweet. All right, so now we've got the track reloaded. I want to take a look at this a little bit better now. I'm assuming, I guess I did not have the right object in there. Let's see how we look now. Yeah, so still noticing you can still see underneath the wall there. I mean, depending on what camera angle you were to put on this, you probably wouldn't even notice that. But if you're definitely on ground level here, you can still see under the wall. Let's check it over here. Yeah, so you can still see under the wall. So you probably wouldn't really put a camera here necessarily. You'd probably put it more like this, so you probably wouldn't notice it as much. That's how that looks like with the new, the updated outer ground. Was that added shading, I guess, to that right there, Torch, or did that just kind of happen that way? Noticing that little bit of shading there. Your daughters live in Washington? Yikes. Yikes. Well, hopefully that doesn't turn out to be anything too terrible. Maybe just get a small little surfing wave. Yeah, that's pretty spooky stuff. Alright, so what I wanted is, so what is going on with this white right here? It almost looks like a miscued wall texture. That's what I was looking to see if that was part of that model. Here? Let's see. Yeah, so that's not a part of this model. So what is this coming off of? That's what I'm wondering. This white piece right here. Is that part of the geometric wall? I'm just wondering what could be done, I guess, as far as to correct that, if necessary. I mean, again, when considering, I guess, as far as putting a camera angle in here, you probably wouldn't even notice that. Definitely when you get down to here, it becomes more noticeable. I mean, it's nothing really majorly that much of a problem. It's just just tended to wonder what's going on with this this white right here. It looks like a miscued wall texture, and I don't notice that in the model itself. So, oh, it's an added wall. There was a second eruption earlier today. So we talking volcanic or wait? I thought was it an earthquake or let me go back here. Earthquake in Tonga. So okay, so you're just eruption wise, you're just saying that was another earthquake. What scale was it? I'm obviously behind the times. I was super busy today dealing with some mechanical issues as far as outside with the cold. But underwater volcano. Oh wow. Wow. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'll have to keep that on my to-do list as far as. So this is an added wall? Okay. Interesting. So it's an interesting approach to it. I don't know if they can be skewed different, I guess, as far as to not make it look quite as bad. So I'm assuming that's just a... Now you got me really curious. I gotta look and see this a little closer. So let's see here. I'm gonna go in this way. How did you do this? Really curious. So we have... So if what you're saying is what's going on with you, we should have 3 wall sections in here. So between the fence, the concrete, the actual concrete wall, and an additional. Let's see here. Now I got to know. So there's the fence. That's the soft wall. Go back to the right. So that's our concrete wall. Asphalt. Oh, okay, that's an F section. Like, what the heck? It's got a wall top on it, and maybe that's what... Is that what's going on with that one? I'm really interested to know how this is applied. I'm intrigued now. So we got a wall top texture on this F section. Yes? That's what it's showing, at least, anyway. On this F section, we got a wall top MIP with no... So is that the one that's creating that? Now I gotta know. Where am I at here? I'm in the middle of the back stretch. I'm trying some stuff, so I want to see what's going on with this thing. Curiosity's got the better of me. So on that F section, we go like that. Yep, that's what's controlling that. Interesting. So that's an F section, not a W section. Okay, gotcha. I think you could probably change the texture set size to that so it doesn't look so pixelated. That might help it a little bit. Yeah, so just by that little bit of adjustment that I made there. I mean, that's, you know, just fine tuning. It's obviously something that can be fine tuned pretty easily. Just to kind of take some of that forward misskewing, I guess, as far as with that. But I see how you did that now. So you applied an F section here to fill in that gap in between the outside wall and that. That's pretty clever. I gotta say that. That's pretty dang clever. Pretty darn clever. There's a fault line out there. They say it shifted. As high as a 100-foot wave on the west coast. Damn. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Pretty cool satellite vids out there showing the eruptions. Yikes. Yikes. That doesn't even sound cool. But, I mean, it's cool from a science perspective, but as far as to be in the path of that, it's not cool. Cool. Yeah, so that's just something that I would consider their torch, I guess, as far as what the way you've got this F section applied to fill in this gap between the outside wall and the object. Is just to change that skewing on it so it doesn't look quite as terrible. And it's easily adjustable like it is just showing. But I kind of am interested in... That's pretty... I like the way you did that, I guess, as far as to use geometry, I guess, as far as to apply that. You know, because obviously you're trying to eliminate the necessity for creating too much detail in the form of polys, I guess, as far as with this outer ground. It's a pretty big object in its own right. So to keep that to a minimum and being able to apply it this way, I think that's pretty solid. Whoop, yes. That's another problem, I guess, as far as with running royalty-free musics on YouTube. Pause there every once in a while. Yeah, so yeah, we're getting a little bit closer look at how this outer ground and basically how 3D modeling to geometric pieces get, you know, aligned together. So from a distance, it definitely doesn't look terrible at all. Up close, depending on if you put a camera angle there, might be a little bit different story. So that's the only point that I make there. I think it's still a pretty solid application of how to fill that gap in there. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think the texture skewing on it just needs to be adjusted is all. That's about all. Then you really never know. These medallions, 3D medallions on these on the Safer, fantastic. So if you were to put a camera right out here, out in the Speedway Club, you get a glimpse of those 3D medallions just like they would in actuality. And the fact that some of them do have advertising on the outer rim of them, like this one. So again, if you were to put a camera here, got the advertising on the foam as part of the Safer and the medallions. You've really outdone yourself on this one here, Torch, that's for sure. I mean, there's not much I can really pick out of here that is not to like. And, you know, if we can get certain things buttoned up, like creating a new flag for this so it doesn't look backwards when you don't use wind, that's going to be cherry on the top, I think. Still trying to figure that out. Yeah, even adding these smaller stands here up in the victory lane there, this fills that in so much better too. I think that fills it in so much better. Because we know in actuality, we've shown that through the picture references that they do have a shorter set of stands here. And the fact that you've already taken the liberty of cleaning up the ground here to make it a little bit more pleasurable, I guess, to be able to come in here and not use that ground plane texture for the infield. Just to kind of spice that up a little bit. I think that ended up being a TSD, or was that a model? I forget. Either way, it definitely cleans that area up really nice. Currently, waves had hit Oregon and Washington coast, causing minor damages, minor flooding. Predicted a second set of waves sending this way. Can't tell yet what the DEI, I don't know what that is. Oh, explosive index. So okay, so they can't predict. You can also drive in there and see the car's shadow now. I think I already pointed that out to you, Torch. I already tried that. I'm not getting a shadow. And I've got the car shadows on. I can probably test that in the sim later. But I think I sent you a picture showing that I don't get a shadow. I can probably confirm that, I guess, as far as once I go in the sim again. So I don't know what's different with yours and mine, but I wasn't able to get a shadow from the car in Victory Lane. Yeah, we'll look at that later, but yeah, I'm just taking it all in, I guess, as far as where we're at with this now. So there's still plenty of things that can still be adjusted with the track, obviously. But even as it stands right now, I mean, it's pretty solid. All right, what else did we have that I'm missing out on? Oh, you fixed it? Okay, so I don't have it yet? Is that what it is? That's not amongst the things that I have that's been adjusted, I suppose. Okay. So I got the bollards, the pit signs, the garage signs. The inner fence, we already pointed out that we would probably want to put a double face on that. TSD paint lines, I think we went through pit road there as far as what's been adjusted there. I want to take a closer look at what has been replaced. So these are the items in their previous condition as opposed to now. So the infield buildings, we'll just open this up in Women 2. Geometric adjustment? Okay, we'll have to. Do I not have that yet? I guess that's what I'm wondering. Because I've tested it as of recently, you know, as far as with all of this stuff that you just sent me, and it's still not getting shadow into Victory Lane. Okay, I can probably close this now. Let's take a look at the actual textures that have been replaced. So we're going to go this way. So of the replaced items, we got the infield buildings. This was the previous layout. So as I was mentioning, the bollards, I guess for the backstretch, had been placed in here initially. That's been replaced. Went a different direction with that. The current layout that we're witnessing in the track here in Sandbox as it stands is going to look like. Why did I go that way? Let's do it this way. So here's the new one. This is the current texture, so you can see that's been removed. So just a different direction that was gone with how the bollards were applied for the backstretch for the camper and camper area. So that's that texture. Oh, that's been adjusted. The new texture that has replaced how those bollards were applied is this one right here. There's the new texture. And previously, I had conversed with Torch there, the fact that it initially had this applied as a TI. Found it that it was necessary to be able to put just a transparent background to it, like this, but with the map of 2 so they can repeat on the horizontal. So that is what's been replaced. It gives you a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as what you can get out of the infield buildings textures that I previously showed. So, in the fact that it makes it a little bit bigger, I guess, as far as what you can, the way you can present it in the infield buildings texture, you get a little bit more detail that way. It's still relatively small texture. That's not going to add a whole lot of texture weight to the track. I do? Okay. I don't have anything that's updated, I guess, as far as that object, I guess, as far as for the ground for the Victory Lane, that I can tell. We'll find out, I guess, as far as when we get on in the game, for sure. I need to remind myself, since obviously in the track edit folder, the outer ground wasn't correct. I need to make sure I get that over to the game track directory. Let's see. So I'm just making a mental note. TSD pit stall. Okay, so this was the original TSD pit stall. This is what outlines the pit stalls. So that's the previous version of it, and the newer version. It's probably kind of hard to see what's actually been adjusted to it. I'll try and point it out as best I can here. So let's go here. So the new texture is this one, and primarily what's been adjusted is on this one edge between the two edges here, and basically on all the edges. So you can probably maybe get a little bit of sense here. See how the edges are on the original texture? They've been cleaned up quite a bit. So this is the current one being applied to that. So this is the updated. This is the original. So for some, you might be able to really tell the difference between how that's been adjusted, and you can see the result with that too. That minor adjustment on the pit road. I think it turned out nice and clean. Looks nice and nice, clean lines. you would hardly even be able to tell that's one TSD, just as far as it gets applied, it gets across the pit road. Should be an adjustment in the PTF. Oh, you did say it was geometric. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, checking it out. Oh, you got the GGs. So, looks like Racer James has gotten the first jackpot. That's the middle ground jackpot there. 500 units of fluid. Yeah, definitely GGs. What the heck? Where are my emotes? There are my emotes. GG's. Yeah, we got that as a follower emote. If you're following the channel, you got the GG emote. Torch tried to play slots. Yeah, I think he... Have you been drinking there too much there, Torch? Is that what it is? It's supposed to be, you're supposed to be giving those to the bot. Remember? Okay. Alright, so maybe that little bit of adjustment, I guess, as far as with that, the way that wall texture is applied to that section for the, yeah. Very easily done. And I was just showing out how clean the pit road is. Pit lines. So that's that adjustment. Just fine-tuning things, I guess, for the most part here. Nothing really major. All that too major. So we got 2 additional paint lines here for the pit road to kind of fix up some of these areas. The cache app. Okay, so this is something that's added to that. Nice. What is the I'm curious as well. What so I figured that's an addition, I guess, as far as to the actual advertising. Let's see here. What no, I need to go here first. Hold on. I need to see how this works with that. So what we have, let's go into TSD, track surface decal mode, and I want to check this one out here real quick. Let's see what's going on. Track surface decal. Now that is TSD cache app. So let's open that one up. So this piece here tends to complement this one I'm about to open. Okay, let's go to our track edit folder. Here. And that one is, no, we'll put it in this view. TSD cache in the T's. Right there. So here's that texture. And this one works, I guess, to clean up the one edge. This is pretty, yeah, so this is a common application here lately. So the way TSDs get applied, obviously you would have a straight edge, right? So when you've got an angled TSD, obviously you need to fill in that void because of the straight edge of the TSD. So this is one way to accomplish that. That's probably a good thing to probably go over. So whenever you have an angled TSD that's applied in an angled fashion, you need some way to straighten it out. Let's take a closer look at this then. Oh, I see how you did that. That's sneaky. See, and you can't even tell. I see how you did that now. So you straighten it off on this edge. So unless you're looking at it very super duper close, you would never know. That was sneaky. See, I didn't notice that right away. See, now that I looked at it that way. Yeah. So even if you were to put a camera here, you would never probably even notice that. That's pretty slick. Yeah. So things like that are ways that you can get around, as opposed to... Now, the other thing that could have been done, is you could have applied this same slant within this texture itself. In some cases, that might even be a little bit harder to do, as far as to get that. So this is not a bad way to go about it, is what I'm trying to mention. But you could probably put transparency into that and create that same angle to apply that to the whichever end. That's a couple different ways you can go about that anyway. What are you yoo-hooing? Oh, you got something on the skull at least. Okay, nice. Yeah, wall side, yeah. So I did point that out. Yeah, I would have never known that until I looked at it that way. That's pretty wild. I'm gonna go back to my bot chat. Twitch chat's being super weird. That reminds me, there are two torches I think I had kind of mentioned to you in Discord there. I was trying to figure out, I had an idea, I guess, as far as for the hose command. We just tend to like to use that, I guess, as far as to kind of butter up the bot there. And what I'm coming to find is Twitch hasn't given me the ability to use animated emotes yet. So my idea that I had for it isn't possible just yet. So once I do get the privileges from Twitch, I guess, as far as to allow animated emotes, then I'll finish up that command. Yeah, it is definitely a hard angle to perfect, that's for sure. But you can kind of get a sense of how that's been applied. The fact that it's even smaller than the original piece there, you can always size that up based on the parameters. Whoops, let's go back in here. So just to kind of show for anybody that has never applied a TSD decal, you can change the length and the width of that through the properties. So there's a line fine tuning when you've got angles like this that exist to be able to try and tackle. There's a couple different ways to go about it, and that's the approach that Torch took, was to create a separate piece and basically slap that. Now the fact that a lot of this where this texture here overlaps on this is underneath the wall, so you never see it. So it's kind of like a little trick there. So a lot of where this overlaps here is underneath the wall, so you would never even see that seam. So to take a closer look, there should be, yep, and I can even select it. So there's that new piece here. That is the CA green. That's this piece right here. So he's got that overlaid to this one, this piece here, and it's actually flipped the other way, as you can tell in here. So it's actually facing in this direction. That's pretty solid. And I'm assuming also you probably did it this way so you didn't have to create, a separate texture, because obviously this same deal is applied on this end. So in an effort to not step on how this looks, you just created that little sliver. So that's all you have to do is just tag that onto the one end, and then that corrects your problem. Pretty slick. So in a lot of cases, because they're both facing the same direction, if you were to apply that angle to this one texture, that might change the look of how this is on this end. So that's pretty smart, I do have to say, even with taking that into consideration. So the angle would have to have been put on this end. So that would have been fine for down here, not so much down here. Possibly. So pretty smart. Oh, actually that angle would be right here. Yeah, so again, I guess to go back to my original thing here, you could probably get away with being able to put the angle on this end. Let me see here. Maybe not. The more I keep looking at it, it's kind of screwing me up, messing with my head. So the angle would be on this side, much the same as it is here. So that would be, as far as the original, would be on this side. So this angle would be flipped the other way as far as on this end. So you could probably get away with still putting transparency on this one deal if you wanted to. But if this texture were to be used anywhere else around the track, that would affect probably the look of it if you were to apply that directly to that texture. So it might even, it's probably better off being able to do it this way. But I'm just trying to point out there's more than one way, I guess, to go about it as well. Hard to use it on both ends. Angle is different on both. Yeah, if it ends up being different, then obviously this would be the solution. I'm not actually applying it, you know, I'm just going through what I see here, and from what I see here, it makes sense that you could probably put the angle there, but the way the angle is here in comparison to down here, they may not match up. All the more reason, I guess, to take the approach that you did. And that's pretty solid. Yes, I think if you were to put the angle on this one here, there'd be too much cut off. And again, just kind of makes sense as far as why you went the way you did. Pretty cute. Yeah, so even from this angle here, that's wrong keys. I'm coming to notice that a lot of the switches on my very old keyboard, I got a very old keyboard. I mean, we're talking probably a good 15 years old. I think it's starting to show its age. So a lot of the problems that I have as far as navigating in sandbox and things like that is because I believe the switches are coming to their demise. Okay. Okay then. I think that's pretty much everything as far as the replaced items and so on. Obviously we showed the Speedway Club. This is a replaced deal. There's still some adjustment that I would suggest as far as I need to be done. The outer ground seems to be fine with the application of that geometric line, that F section. Just that texture size for that could probably be applied differently to make it a little bit more clear. If I'm missing anything, definitely keep me honest, I guess, as far as to make sure that I have not. I want to really get into applying this these light poles. So I want to at least my initial thing to consider, I guess, as far as going into this was at least to get maybe the main grandstand lights applied to it. There's a lot of light poles on the exterior, much the same as they're on the infield. So I'll probably do that post stream. It's just going to take a lot of time because there's quite a few of them. But I at least want to go into the construction of the light poles, I guess, as far as under. So what you see in here, as it stands, you can see the ruler I already pointed out. This is the height I need to get it to. This is at 21 meters. Those are a little bit more than 60 feet tall. And I do have picture references for these. I got this all constructed in here. I did a little bit of preliminary work to get this set up so that I can basically overwrite any 3ds and pass files from this stage to get what I need. And I always start off whenever I'm creating a light fixture, as far as the light emitting. I start off with the light emitting first because there's a lot more going on to it. So as far as the orientation of it, I get that all set so that it can be applied to potentially a night track, and then I create the day version. That way both of them are synonymous and reciprocative of them, you know, symmetrical, to be in the same orientation, so it's a nice easy swap between the two. But I always like to start with the that's more complex, that has a lot more going on with it, which is the light emitting. So these little boxes that are on here they're needed, I guess, as far as to create that light emitting property of the light, and it all comes down to the way the script is, and I'll go into that in a little bit more detail in a bit. There is a video that's on YouTube, exclamation point lights, for anybody that is not aware. So a lot of the stuff that's gone over in that video, I'm just going to go ahead and put this out here in case anybody wanted to know. So that is the video for it's on the SBP YouTube channel. Actually, that goes to show you how old it is, but it's very informative on what I'm about to go over through here. I'm going to kind of glaze over and summarize bullet point, even I guess, as far as how that process works. So a lot of this stuff is already pre-done here, but I'll explain as much as I can as to understand what's going on with the creation of it. These individual boxes, though, are critical. I got some other aspects in here, such as fabricated haze, which will have TI transparency to it, as well as my own fabricated glow. And that'll also have transparency, so it won't look this black like that. It'll have actually some feathering to it, if you will. So it'll make a lot more sense once I get it constructed and get it applied to the track to see what I'm talking about. So a lot of this has already been done preliminarily. That's a lot of words. But what I need to do is get this to the proper height. So I'll have all these in here so I can adjust it properly. And probably the approach I'll take to a lot of this is to group it so that I can move it up to that height and go from there. But I think what I'll start with is the actual static fixture itself. That's all one piece. It's double-sided. So it'll have texture on both the front side and the back side once it's done. In fact, I do have the back side. Oh yeah, do I still have these? Hold on. Yep, I do. So I got this side, which is the track facing side, and the back side. I kept them separate. What I'll probably end up doing is collapsing that prior to export 3ds so that I can make that a part of our script. In fact, I'll go ahead and open up the script just to give you somewhat of an idea what's going on with that. So the script for this particular light pole, which is a 1 row of 8, I got my picture reference here too I was going to get to. So the picture reference for this, let's see. I guess this is probably a good one. This is the picture reference for it. So these things stand, like I said, a better part of 60 foot tall. And it's just 1 row of 8 lights. There are a couple of areas where they do have 2 rows of 8, and they're right around pit road area. For the majority of the lights, they are just a single row of 8. And these are going to complement the ones that are already on the interior, the infield. So it's a nice picture reference here. So the fact that this little placard here, this little piece of signage, that's already applied to the track virtually. So that's got 2 instances of that there. Really cool picture reference for that. What we're mainly focusing on with this picture reference is the light poles themselves. But that is my secondary source of information to get that. So not only from the LiDAR, I got this height determined, but also to get it in an actual reality picture, IRL picture. Okay. So these are the things I'll be referencing, I guess, as far as to get these done the way they need to be. Okay, so let's go back to this, and I'm gonna open up the script here. So here's the initial construct of the script for this. So this is pole lights with my fabricated glow. So I'm not using the glow that you can use in the script. You can put whatever level and what size you want that glow to be. I don't particularly care for the look of those because they tend to look like fuzzy cotton balls. This looks weird. So I make my own glow as well as my own fabricated haze. So I tend to just zero that out. You do need to have this glow function in your point light. Those both need to be in there. The only thing you can do is just zero it out, as far as for not to use it at all, as far as to apply any size of the glow ball at all. And you can then create your own glow, which I have that as a separate pass, and the fabricated haze as a separate pass. So I'll be able to combine all this together to make the final 3DO, which is all be one combined piece. The names of these boxes that I've got in here, while I got this open, those are critical. So you want to name these boxes the same as what you've got in your Macs. So in this case, box 01, that's this box here, the first box here on the and these don't apply any texture, no material or anything like that. You just leave them default color in Macs. And when you run this through Make 3DO, in a lot of cases you'll get somewhat of a warning saying that there's no texture applied. Don't need to worry about that. So if you do end up having that issue, it's not a big concern. The only thing that these boxes are used for is to create that light emitting property to the object, and those are defined in here. I guess as far as like, so when you're calling out that mesh or this bounding box, which is a function, you have to tell it what in that pass file, which is starts off from here from the light group, what that's called, what's that's name. So these are specific. So whatever you name your light emitting boxes in your Mac scene here, you got to be specific in your script. So this first box is box 01, box 02, box 03, all the way to box 08, so on, in sequence. So there's basically 3 chunks of lines that you would need for each light emitting box, right? So you have initially in your light group, which is all the way in this pass file, that's going to be semi-collapsed down into this pass file. You're calling that mesh out. I'll just use this box 07. So you're calling that mesh out from that. The next line down, box 07, you're taking that, making a bounding box and using box mesh 7. So it's all about the flow of the script. I've mentioned this plenty of times as far as, so whatever you're doing in a previous line, establish that, carry that down to the next line. So in this, so we're creating a bounding box based on this box mesh, which is that box that's coming from up here. So it all flows downward. And then in the last set of box, we're making a light box 7. We're taking and making out of that bounding box, we're creating a point light, which creates the light emitting property, using the bound box previously in the previous line, carrying that down. Now we're creating how much intensity, how much ambient, and how much glow. Those are the 3 critical pieces for that particular light box function. Now, these can be named whatever you want. These containers can be named whatever you like. This is what I've chosen. These containers don't matter. What is critical is the function itself. So you create your bounding box first based on your box or whatever you want to use to create the light. I tend to use a box, just a simple shape. You don't want to use too complex of a shape like a sphere or anything like that. You want to use a box or some other simple object besides, a more complex one like a sphere. So something very simple shape. I tend to use a box. That's probably the most simplest shape. And then that's just for one light emitting deal there. You have those 3 lines. So you can pick out any one of these lights that I got here. Every one of them uses 3 lines to be able to create too many. So for this light, you got those 3, so on. So that is the basic construct behind creating light emitting objects. And then down here, after all these are established, you're combining all those deals. So all these light boxes that we created, all the way from the first one to the last, we're combining all those together to include the light glow and my haze into one object. And then what I've done here is allow the possibility to be able to unpopulate the haze. So if you don't want the haze on the lights, you can populate it out as far as by depress the O key in the sim. That's just a little an extra added feature that I applied to it. It's not necessary. That's just something I felt was an option to have if you didn't want to have the haze coming off the lights, but it'll still maintain the glow as far as the fabricated piece. And then that spits out our 3DO. We're going to have it named as such. So that's just to kind of give a really quick rundown in there. So if there's any additional questions, I guess, about what's going on with that, feel free to ask and I'll elaborate. But this will require, I should say, I guess, as far as 3 different pass files to create the effect that we're trying to get off this light emitting version. The day version is obviously going to be much more simplified. We won't need to use a script, as a matter of fact. We'll only be able to use the raw pass file from just the static structure. That's all it's going to be there. There's no other function to it other than that. The light fixtures themselves, I don't typically like to have those being able to turn off, because if you turn those off, in a lot of cases, depending on how you construct it, the light emitting property actually goes away as well. So you basically turn the lights off as far as if you depress the O key. So I tend not to allow the light fixtures themselves, whether in a day track or a night track with the light emitting property, to be turned off by depressing the O key in the sim. So that's just kind of by precedence, if you will. Okay. Hopefully I didn't lose anybody. I know that was a lot of explanation there, but there's a lot going on with what we're trying to do here. Alright, so we got our ruler here as far as what we need to get our height to. So I do have two different pieces. So we got our back side and the front side. So I'm going to do these independently for now. So the way I'm going to go about this is to grab all these top verts. And I've got the back side of it initially selected here. All I'm going to do is grab all those verts and just drag it up to my ruler. Like so. Now, when I do that, I might not want to go this, yeah, now that I look at it, I might not want to do it this way because it's stretching out that. I might take a different approach to this. I think what I can do, yeah, I can do that too. Alright. I'm going to grab all these verts on the top here and just move that up until I can get this top plane to line up with that ruler. That'll work. Moving this all up. So I'm trying to move this whole top end of that to include the light fixture and the pole up uniformly without scaling it. So I don't need to move it up too much, but it's enough, I guess, as far as to require a little bit. Let's do this way. So what I really could do is not go by the top plane. I can actually go by what's actually the so this has transparency to it, as you can probably tell. That's what the magenta represents. I can move this the textured yeah, light fixture itself to that top of that plane. Yep. That's what I want to do. Bros. James trying to use another command there. Bros. What are you doing with the bros? I apparently have really good. Wait, what I meant? Whoa! What did I miss? How do you get? What about? Where did the metabolism? Where did that come from? It, not me. Oh, you talking about the bot? Getting the bot drunk. I'm confused. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the light fixture itself. And I can move this ruler that I have for the plane. And make that clip through there a little bit so I can have a better, some more clarity on where I need to put this thing. There we go. I'm still on the back side. Cool. Vertexes are still flying. So now that I got the plane actually poking through that, I can better align like so. So that's the height I need to have it at. So I'm not going by the actual plane, the height of the plane, because that's going to be transparent. Where that's there. So that pink represents, that's not going to be visible there. Another way to describe it. Oh, Twitch had a little bit of a burp there. Oh, bot have good metabolism. You need to get it drunk all the time because it, right? Yeah. So, yeah, hopefully that does make sense as far as what I'm trying to do here. So this ruler represents, I guess, as far as how tall those lights are. So I want to line this up with the physical light, which would be, it's actually textured here. So this pink isn't going to be that. I don't want to go by the top of the plane. That's not represented properly. So this is the height I need to have it at right now. I think that'll work out pretty good. Did I get the... Shoot, did I miss? Oh, that's the other. Never mind. So what all I need to do now is with these same vertices, this is the back side. I need to do the same thing with the front side. So let me copy this value. Yeah, so the fact that I need to do the front side, that's the back side. This is now the front side. Now select all those verts the same as I did the back side. That's basically just a carbon copy of that, only the polys are flipped so that it's obviously facing the other direction. Alright, let's make sure. Get all those vertices though. Okay, so as it tells me here, I got the front side, so the back side I got it labeled as back side. Okay, so now that value that I copied with all these vertices, I'm going to paste that in here, and that should line it up 20% with the back side. Now I just got to move everything else up and line up with the new position of the actual light fixture. That was pretty painless, huh? Ooh. Alright, so we don't even really need the ruler anymore, so we'll go ahead. I'm just going to move that out of the way for now. Ooh. And I put the pivot for this down here. For anybody, this is the approach I like to take anyway. I like to put, so just like when you would measure something, you would actually start from a particular end. So you would have a hard end to be able to start. So instead of starting from the middle, you don't have it center oriented, have it down here. That way, whenever I'm measuring from, it's going to be from one end to the other. That's why I always like to put my pivot on one end. So this here, as I already mentioned, represents 21 meters, which is about that 60 foot, which are these picture references that we had for the light poles. Torch still trying to give the bot some hose. Is that what, Racer James, is that what you were trying to use the hose and bros? I guess that's probably fair. Alright, now we just need to adjust all of our other items here. So this one's already collapsed. I'll need to collapse this once it's all said and done. But for now, I'm going to keep it grouped here, move it into position, and then I collapse that later. Okay. Let's feel like it might be a little too low. Yeah, that should be a little bit. I felt like I was screaming over the background music, possibly. So if I'm needing to scream over top of it, then chances are you probably all can't hear me that very well. Okay, so with this grouped, and I made a notation for myself that I'm going to need to collapse that, because that's how the script is designed, that glow, as far as all these pieces that represent the glow, are all one pass file. That's going to be this one right here. So that's why I made a little notation for myself to know that I'll need to collapse that group. Once I'm ready, I guess, to be able to create the 3DS and the pass file. So I'm just going to move these up. Line up with our new position of the light fixture. You can definitely tell there's a lot of room for adjustability in this as far as if we test them out and come to find that you know, they're not quite lined up, I guess, as far as what we want them to be. We can always come back in here and adjust those as we need. Kind of the way I've got this designed. So I put the pivot down here for this. Now what I can do is I can hide the glow, get that out of the way for a second, and just focus on the haze. I tend to have this glaze complement the glow, I guess, as far as to have an extension going out this way even further, as far as in the actual fabricated glow. Okay, that looks pretty good. So we'll go ahead and hide that. Now we got to adjust these bounding boxes. Now, these bounding boxes, you don't want to collapse these, if I didn't make that clear. You got to keep them independent, just as I was explaining in the script. Each one of these is going to represent one light emitting So that basically becomes the light bulb, for lack of a better way to put it. That's probably the easiest way to probably put it. Each one of these is going to represent a light bulb. And in most cases, what you want to do, depending on the size of that globe, you can make these whatever size you want. But I always try to make them compliant to the light fixtures that I'm applying them to. So the fact that these light fixtures, you know, so you can kind of get the idea as far as why the size of this in here. I'm trying to get these to line up with each separate light fixture that's on the actual structure. So this is the size that I've come up with there. You can change the intensity, you know, as far as the strength of each of these lights per the parameters on the point light. So I've found that 100 and the 5, so the 100 is the ambient and the 5 is the intensity. I might have those backwards, but one is for ambient glow and one is for ambient light and one is for the intensity of, you know, like the center of where the ball would be. So that will come into play, I guess, as far as when you create your box or your piece here, whatever, where that, it's always going to be in the center of that object. So that initial glow, whether or not you use the actual fabricated glow or the actual glow in that function. So in other words, if you were to apply a value to this here, we'll create that in the center of that object. So regardless if you zero it out like I have or not, it's going to create that source of light, I guess, as far as in the center of the box. So right in the center of this is where that light will be created. And it will always transition outward, just straight outward. There's no way to change the angle of it, unfortunately. So it really does come down to how you adjust the ambient and the strength of the light, because there's no way to adjust the angularity of the light based on these functions. So sometimes just playing around with those other values to get it. Also, the height of your actual structure is going to make a difference too. So it's going to be probably interesting to see how this will look, having it the height that I've just now set it at, and see where that falls. If it may be end up being way too high, to the point where it won't cast that much light onto the track, and so we'll need to adjust where these boxes are located. We might end up having to leave them down at this level. We're going to leave as much adjustability in this so that we can apply it in such a fashion. So in any case, what I want to do, instead of collapsing this all down, I need to select all these and group it so that I can move it on one uniform piece. And I can always ungroup it. Let's group this. It doesn't matter what it's named. So I'm going to ungroup it right away. So I'm just going to move these up like so. Get those back up to the new position. And I did leave a little bit of a clip behind here. You're not going to see these boxes. The only thing you will see is, like I said, based on that center orientation of the source of light from these, that's the only thing you want to be concerned with. But I left a little bit of a clip there, so that actual point of light actually looks like it's coming from the actual bulb. If you wanted to bury these a little bit more in here like so, you could do that. Give that source of light closer to that. In a lot of cases, it gives you kind of a, a lot of the applications that I've done, it tends to create that source of light, kind of clips through the plane, you know, where the texture is actually applied, and it kind of it makes a dead giveaway, I guess, as far as the fact that this bounding box is clipping through a plane. It's always tend to not go so far, and you can feel free, I guess, to try this out on your own, I guess, as far as to come to that conclusion. But I only leave just a little bit of amount of clips so you have more of the source of light, where the source of light is coming from, kind of hanging out there a little bit. That way you don't have to worry about any clipping of that source of light into your light structure, the plane, if you will. Alright, so now with that in position, I'm going to go ahead and ungroup this. Ungroup it. Now we should have our individual boxes again. Just want to double check to make sure they're all named the way they need to be. That looks good. Those darn holes anyway, they don't want to show up, do they? Okay, we're in pretty good shape here so far, I think. Now, what I am going to do, all that said and done, I'm just going to rename this as ruler. I'm going to leave it in here. We won't need it, I guess, as far as, you know, with the export of the 3DS. So I will need to export it out as 3DS first, and then create, bring that 3DS, and we'll have to go into Max 5 to do that, create our pass file. That's my approach to it, at least anyway. Need a version of 3ds Max that's compliant with the pass exporter anyway. I'm going to name this root. Now we're going to just keep it in there for reference. Is all. I could probably feel free to eliminate it at this point, but I don't want to. Alright, so let's see, what else do we got hidden here? So far we only got the glow and the haze. Alright, cool. We're going to go ahead and save this scene. Now that we've got all of our appropriate adjustments made. Save as. Make sure I'm saving over the right one. Yes, cool. Yes, please. Okay. Now, this is going to be our starting deal. So now what I'll need to do is each piece there, so the glow, the haze, and the actual static structure, we'll need to spit those out as separate 3ds files so that we can create our needed pass files. Repent, and just trying to create commands now. What the heck? Just pulling stuff out of thin air. All right, y'all are crazy. Who wants more money? Wait, what did I miss here? Oh, the hose. Yeah, they probably definitely do want more money. I don't blame them. Okay, so what we want to do with that already saved, I need to unhide everything in the scene and isolate just what I need to create a separate 3ds file. So first off, we need to create. Where am I at? Right here. So we need to create this 3ds here for just the light fixture itself. I'm gonna overwrite this one here. Okay, so we're just gonna create in our scene here exactly all we need for that. I can close WinMit too. Yeah, I think we've already seen all that. We'll go ahead and close that out. Free up some resources. Alright. Cool beans. Alright, now we can go through here. So this is everything in the scene. So all I need is just the I need to include these boxes here for the actual light fixture. That's a part of that. Those are the meshes that, again, going back to the script. We'll go with that. So we need to delete all of that. Now what I'll need to do also is collapse this front and back side of the light. So this one here and that one, I'll need to collapse those two together. We'll go to my hammer. Collapse, selected. The only thing I forgot to do, I'm gonna go back here just for a second. What I didn't do, because I did adjust, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this first before I get too carried away. So because I did change, hold on, I got a little bit ahead of myself. So this is probably a fair thing. Whenever you adjust, it doesn't matter if it's by scale or however you do it, as far as to change the actual size or shape of your actual piece that you're creating, it doesn't matter. So the fact that, what I always like to get in the habit of doing before I do anything is to reset the Xform. So what we need to do, so I took it all the way back, so I got those still hidden here, everything's still there. I'm going to focus just on this and the back side and that front piece. So this is the front piece. What I want to do first is reset the Xform. So I just happen to kind of notice. Alright, so do this. This is something I get in the habit of. So this looks fine. So it'll become more evident, I think, when I do the glow, as far as what that looks like, I guess, as far as when you change the orientation of that. So once we get to that, it might be more evident, I guess, as far as why you want to do this reset Xform. So that one looks good, so we can collapse that down. And then also to the back side, we did adjust both of those. We want to do the same thing, hammer, reset selected. And this is what you want to see, a nice tight shape, I guess, as far as that basically encompasses the whole object. So it'll be to the outer edges. It should be a nice straight line. It should be out of whack at all. So we're good shape there. Just wanted to check that before I went any further. Alright, now I'm going to go ahead. Those are still in there. I'm going to resave it again. With that done. Resave the scene. So this is going to be my starting scene. So if anything goes wrong, I guess as far as at some point here, I'll be able to refer back to that save scene. Okay, so let's bring everything back out again. Cool. And go to our items list. You want to take out the glow and the haze and the ruler. Keep everything else. Cool. Now we want to collapse front and the back side. So I'm going to select that one first and then this one. The way you select those things, the order in which you select those is going to determine what the name of that shape is going to be after you collapse. A little bit of review. So go to hammer, collapse, selected. Deal. So that's exactly what it named. That first shape, that first piece of the model that I selected, that's exactly what it named it. I don't need to do anything else at this point. That's all collapsed. It's the name that I want it to be and need it to be. So I can spit this out now as a 3ds. Export out. Navigate to our folder. Lights. I'm going to go to night. That's what we are making. 3ds, and we're going to create a 3ds file for that. So we want to save this bad boy. Yes. Yes. Cool beans. Now from here we can just bring it all back. Like so. And then go to the next piece that we need to create. So in this point here, I'm going to go select all. There's going to be a majority of this that we're going to have to get rid of. I want to focus just on the glow. So keep just the glow. Delete everything else. Now on this one here, because it is still grouped, I want to ungroup that first before I collapse it. You're still going to need to ungroup it after you collapse anyway, otherwise it'll, even though it's collapsed, it'll still retain as grouped. You don't want that. So I'm going to go ahead and ungroup it right now. So this will have individual glows in here. But I want to collapse all those. So in this case here, probably doesn't really matter what order I select them in, because I'm going to rename it anyway. I'm going to go ahead and do like this. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and collapse this. Collapse selected. Now, because it, see how that shifted? See how it shifted that pivot when I collapsed that down? This is going to create a necessity to do a reset the Xform. So I didn't do that in the individual pieces here, right, prior to collapsing this. That's why the pivot basically shifted here. So this will be a better explanation as to why you want to necessarily apply a reset Xform. And because this is going to be a separate pass with its own orientation, all the more reason why you want to do that. So that's all collapsed. I'm going to go ahead and rename this to just glow. Okay. And then now I want to go into reset Xform. Now when we look at this in here, see how out of shape this is? That's what you don't want. This is another reason. This is a really good example of why you want to reset the Xform. In most cases, especially after you're collapsing this way, especially when you see your pivot shift. So now when I collapse this down, hold yes. Now when I apply it again, when I go ahead and apply this again, it won't be out of whack like that. Reset. Now if I go look at this again, this is what I want to see. Now from here, the only thing I got to do is just reset the pivot. This is the way you want this to look. Obviously, it's in a straight line. You don't want it out of walk like that. So when I say out of walk, sometimes you will see it out of walk, and other times you won't. But it will also require, I guess, as far as you apply the Xform, reset Xform again to see that it actually did put it in the proper Xform. In this case, it did. That's just a little bit more information at home. Why it is critical in a lot of cases to reset your Xform, especially whenever you manipulate your model. Not only your pivot, as far as affecting the pivot, as far as its orientation, but also the Xform. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and collapse that and confirm that's good. Now I'm just going to affect the pivot. Centered object. Now that is good to go just as far as to export out as a 3DS. Alright, so let's do file, export. And this is our glow, so we're going to go right over this one. Yes, please. And it's going to tell me it's going to rename it. I'm not worried about that because the pass file will take care of that. Close. Alright, so that's all good. Now we got to back this all up again, get everything back where it was, like so. Now we're just going to focus on just the haze. Go to my items list, and we're going to focus on just the haze. Delete everything else. That's already good the way it is. Don't need to do anything else to it. The only thing I did move it was just up on the Z, which I didn't really change the shape of it. Right? So, doesn't necessarily require. If you want to go through the steps of applying the reset Xform, you can feel free to do that just to kind of humor it. But in this case, it's not really necessary for this particular part of it. All right, so we need to export. That one's our haze. And we're done with that. Cool. Now what we can do is we can open up our Max 5 and create our pass files. So I'm going to go ahead and reset this. Don't need to save that, we already did. We'll get out of this one and we'll open up our Max 5. So let me bring it over to the tracker real quick while I do that. Exit out of that. And we're going to bring up our handy dandy Max 5. Switch this over here real quick. Load up Max 5 real quick here, and yeah, so probably something else to mention here. Intro fighters I usually tend to run it during BRB isn't working right now. I think that it does have an update to it, so I'm gonna need to get that figured out and get the intro fighters, I guess, working again. I know some of y'all like to play that intro fighters during the BRB. Okay. Alright. Let's bring that back over here. So I got Max 5 loaded up here. Now we can load our 3DS files that we just created, all three of those. What are you laughing at, you asshole? Talking about the intro fighters? They don't work though. This made me sad when I was trying to load that up here prior to start the stream there. That's part of my start sequence there. Ain't no one work. Something else I forgot to do here. I'm gonna do this here real quick. Start that up. Are they taking a weekend off? Yeah, I guess you can probably consider that. Okay. Okay, cool. I always forget to bring that up sometimes. There we go. So let's go ahead and bring in. Remember where I saved them. Texas 2020 items, lights, and these are in the night. Glow, 3DS. We need to open up, start right from where we started. So we'll go the fixture itself, the haze, and then the glow. We want to completely place and do not convert to units. So there's our structure. Okay, so we only want to get on it. So again, you don't want to apply the material to the actual boxes. Make sure you're only selecting just the fixture. You don't want to apply any material to those the point lights as far as their boxes. So this is all good here. We'll bring up our material here and apply the actual texture as long as that's the only thing that's selected. Let's make sure I got the right deal. Go to lights, night, here, yes. So that one should buy each one I have. So I want to make sure I got my image alpha, so it does have the transparency applied to the model, as far as the alpha channel to the model. By applying texture with image alpha, we'll allow that to be a thing. So I'll go ahead and apply it physically to the model. I'm probably going to get a little bit of clipping because I got the front and back side to it. And that's to be expected. We'll see how this looks because as far as once we export it out. But it does have a front and back side. That's all good to go just like it is, so we'll be able to spit this out as a pass file. So we'll navigate back to our items here. Lights, night, low. Yes, and we want to switch this over to pass file. And in this case, we want to run over to this pass file. Yes, please. So that'll create that pass file. Now what I'll do, just so I don't have to re-navigate back to that folder that we're trying to get all these files from, I'm going to delete out everything in the scene. Now I can just import. We'll go with the glow next. This time I want to merge. This way it'll keep, I don't have to re-navigate back to that folder by resetting. It's a little bit of a shortcut, I guess, as far as having to, especially when you got several pieces like we do from one object out of the same folder. That's a little bit of a shortcut, I guess, as far as to not reset the whole max. Okay, so all I got to do here with that selected, we got it named. We need to just got to apply the texture for it. So we go into here. We want the glow, which has the image alpha to it. That would be this one right here. And it does have the image alpha to the texture. If this is not populating in here, if it doesn't give you the option to be able to populate it in here, definitely need to fix that prior to export. Otherwise you will not have an alpha channel that will allow transparency in your model. So that's just a little bit of review as well. We'll apply it physically to the model. That should be fully applied. Sweet. Now we can spit that one out as a pass file. So that is our glow, and I still have it as a pass file. Yes, I'm going to overwrite that. Cool. And the only thing we got left is our haze. We'll go ahead, import haze. Now I'm importing the 3ds that we created prior to this step, merging it in. There's our haze, and now all we got to do is change the texture. Make sure that is, so I do have a DDS file, and that's just another approach you can take to it. I always like to use a TGA with the alpha channel that you can create using WinMip 2. You can get away with using a DDS file that has an alpha channel in it. In most cases it's going to be DTX5 as far as that goes. So that's the only reason why I have the two different haze textures. One's a DDS and one's a TGA with alpha. For NR 2003, at least anyway, it works better with the TGA file with an alpha. That's, like I said, is created by WinMip 2. That's your best approach. Okay, so it does have the image alpha in here. Now I just got to fly it physically to the model, like so. Everything else looks good as far as the name of it. And export that out as it. Pass file, there we go. So we got all of our files that we need to be able to compile this model, this light-emitting TSO. Anybody else got jackpot yet? Nope, not yet. course, came pretty close with the two little red guys. Alright, so everything we need. So now we get to move over. I got the Make3DO open, yes. So we got to move all these files over to our Make3DO directory. I tend to like to put the Make3DO in my program files. You might have it in a different location. I just consider the fact that the Make3DO is a program, even though it is a command prompt. It's still a program, so that's where I like to put it. Call me crazy, but that's what I like to do. Alright, so we need to move all these files. So we need pass files, so we got 3 of those. And at least the texture that has the alpha channel applied to it. So in this case we need alright, hold on now. We got this light 1R. You've got the haze, and we should have a glow right down. Then we need our script. Script is critical on this one here for creating the light emitting object, at least anyway. And that should be all we need. Copy all that over to our Make3DO. Paste. And then what we'll be able to do now with the command prompt, I already got it pointed here. Point right to this this script here that I've already shown what's going on with that, and we're going to run that script through the command prompt to be able to produce our 3DO. So we want to call up the actual application, which is the Make3DO. Oops. Helps if you type it right. So we'll Make3DO, which is the actual program that we're trying to call up, and now we want to tell it what we want it to do. So in this case, we want to use a script, so -s, and then what's the name of the script? Lightpole_18R is what we named it. Lightpole underscore 1 row of 8 is what I've kind of abbreviated it. Okay, and then that's going to be a PSG, and we have no other parameters to it, so we should be able to just push enter, and that should spit out our 3DO. So if we look at our initial 3DO, I'm just going to open this up in 3D SimEd. That's what it looks like. Now we don't always 100% want to go by how it looks in here. Just the fact that it loads, doesn't crash or anything like that, and actually presents some type of model. Okay, that's the only thing you want to use that for. So there's our model. So we do got a little bit of clipping in here, so hopefully we don't see that in the finished model as far as when we bring it into the track. Okay, so that looking good so far, so we're going to go ahead and cut this out from here, and we're going to put this into... I don't want to put it there. We want to put that right here. There we go. Now if I open it this way with the actual MIT files, which I've already pre-constructed these MIT files based on the raw textures that we applied to in Max. So those are already done previously. So here's what our model looks like with the MIT files. Got a little bit of clipping as far as from the front and back side. And a lot of times that'll happen when you got two opposing faces, facing one direction or the other. We'll have to see how it looks in Sandbox as well as the sim to see if we get this flickering that we're noticing. We might have to either remove the back face or create a little bit of a padding or cushion between the two. So that's what initially looks like so far. It doesn't look like it's that tall, does it? But if you were to put the official in here, say for example, this would be pretty tall. The official would only probably be about a tall. Okay. Alright, so we're good to go on this so far. Now all we need to do is put this into our actual track. So what I did do as far as in the compiling both the pole lights and the main grand lights, they tend to use the same textures. So there's no like additional files for the two separate light fixtures, if that makes sense. So let me go back here real quick. As far as on the main grand, I already got these constructed. Already did these previously. But that kind of shows shows you the process that I took in creating and compiling that the main grand lights by showing you the pole lights. I already knew I needed to make that adjustment in there, so I thought that was pretty nice to do. That's what you were laughing at as far as who used bros? Didn't. Oh, Joe. James used bros. Is that another command I'm gonna have to create? So, Torch wants the hose, and Racer James is mentioning the bros. That's giving me some ideas, I guess, for that. My initial thoughts for that is as far as it needs a an animated emote, though. I need Twitch to give me that authority, I guess, to be able to use animated emotes. I think that'd be pretty cool. Anyway, that's wishful thinking. So this light here is already compiled. This is the light emitting one. Okay, so that's what that's gonna. So it's not gonna show in 3D Sim yet, I guess, as far as all the other attributes to it. Won't be till I actually apply it to the track that it'll show all that. I think I showed that with the infield lights previously. So some of you might get a little bit of an idea of how that works. All right, so what we need to do, I've got. Let me see if I still have it. Let's see here. I got lots of stuff open up. Let me go like this. I do have some coordinates saved. Just give me a second. This, I do have some coordinates here saved up for an initial light main grand. So I played around with this earlier. Give me an idea of where this would need to go. Okay. Awesome. So this here, I'll zoom in on this here to give you somewhat of an idea. So when you look at the way Torch did the top of this, the roof of this grandstand, you can see where all these lights are placed. So that's going to be a huge help, I guess, as far as that. So that's probably, and you can tell just by looking at where all these lights. There's a lot of them. So I may not get them all done during the stream here, but I'll do my best. I want to at least get the one pole light, like I did with infield lights last stream, and start the process of getting these main grand lights applied. So I got this initial placement here for this one here, so that'll give you somewhat of an idea how this works. So I think, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I do have these all in the track already. Let me see here. I think I might have took them back out. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and reapply these then. Okay. If they are in there, then good. If not, then they'll be in there now. So I'll go ahead, this, and this. Copy that. That's the main grand light. Now these are the light emitting ones, just for clarity. The fact that the day ones are already created as well, but they are in that same orientation as both of them. So as far as the ease of swappability, that's what it's the main thing to consider when you're creating these. So that way you don't have to reapply them all over again as far as okay, so let's put these in our track edit folder. Paste. Yep, so I did have those in there already. Cool. Alright. So I did have them in there already. So yep. I need to replace this one. This was before I adjusted the height on it. So I need to replace at least this this 3DO. And this is what I was mentioning as far as it uses the same textures for both light fixtures. So this glow, haze, and this light 1R all use the same textures in these two 3D. So I've kind of condensed it, so no necessity to have separate sets of textures for each light. So I just need this newly created 3DO here that we created. That we just did not too long ago. Put that in our track edit folder. Paste. Yes. Cool. Now from here, what we can do is start putting these in here. So I'm gonna go to track object placement view, add object, and these should be in alphabetic. So this should be lights. I want to do the main grand one first, and And there it is. So we should be able to see what this looks like in Sandbox for the first time. Alright, so I got an initial placement here, so that's why I brought this one up here. So we're going to use these coordinates. I won't be able to copy pasta, I guess, as far as from this image here, unfortunately, but I'll be able to plug these all in here. So 42 on the Z. Apply this to fix, so 42 on the Z. Okay. 305 on the Y, and 0.5 on the X. And like I said, I did this all previously just to kind of have it. So that initially puts it right there, and then it's got a little bit of rotation in it. -2. Not a whole lot of rotation. And that should put us in position here. And there is our light emitting main grand light. So that it has the glow. If I got the population for the haze off it, but that's the fabricated glow with the transparency into it. You can get a sense of how that looks. There we go. Is the haze on there? I know the haze on this one is a little bit shorter. Might be just a little bit tougher to see. And I might need to adjust it too. I promise the haze is supposed to be in there. You can see the bounding box for it, so it makes me tend to think that the haze is there. But yeah, that's how it looks like with the fabricated glow. So that is what is going to... Now if we apply this as a night track, as far as to change the track lighting options, these would cast light onto the track. So this one here, I created this without a back face to the back side of it. Whether or not I'll keep it that way is still to be determined, but this is the way it looks there. Now if I put the day one in there, I've already got this one constructed as well. I'm going to save this in that position. Switch this back over to geometry. This is going to be my working copy, because as far as the application of these lights to the track. So, Torch, I'm hoping you haven't applied anything more while I do this. And if it is, it hopefully can be reapplied. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to name this one as add. Add outer lights. Okay, add outer lights, and I'm going to add my also my tag to it, so I know that this is a PTF that I've done. It's not one of Torch's. I still have quite a few of them in here that can probably be purged out of this track edit pool. That's for sure. Okay. Save it. Now what I'll be able to do, with that saved in there, with that one light in position, be able to do a new. Now I'm going to swap this out with the day one, and I've already compiled this previously. That was already done prior. So we'll go into the day version here, main grand. All I need to do is swap this out into the track edit folder. So it's just as simple as a swap of a 3DO. That'll allow for light emission or not. Now this one's still the light emitted one, so I'm still going to apply that before we check this one out. So we'll do that next. We'll go ahead and load the track back up with this day, the non-light emitting version of it, and open up our PTF that we just saved. Okay, and then that one should show the non-light emitting version. So it's just a static deal there, no glow to it, no light emission or anything like that, and it's in that spot that I use that shadow of the actual fixture on the roof. That's gonna help tremendously getting these things placed. So there is at least one of them on the main grandstand, like so. So they'll have several more of these across the whole top of the main grandstand. So you kind of get a sense of what those will look like. Now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and apply, and I'm going to go into turn 1 here. And put in the pole. And then the light pole. Somewhere over in this region. Now these are going to be a little bit tougher to place, because we don't really have anything to go by, even in the top down here, as far as where these are actually placed. So I'll probably use a bit of linear guide and a little bit of eyeballing as far as to get these placed properly. If I really wanted to get critical, I guess as far as what I could probably try and use LiDAR to put them into place. So to create a model, I guess as far as the LiDAR that has just the lights in there, I could probably do that. I don't know if I'll go that far with it. But it's something to, I guess, to take consideration. I guess as far as if you want to do that, what you could potentially do, for example, is to take and chunk out just the positions based on the LiDAR and create a low poly model that you can put into the sandbox, and then you know exactly where those light poles need to go. Much the same as you would do for like the track geometry and such. I don't know if we'll get that critical with it. I know loading up the LiDAR into Max, as I've shown in plenty of streams before, it makes the system very, very chuggy, because there's a lot of information for 3D Max to load. So that's the only reason why I tend not to want to do it. I've done it before, and it does create a pretty chunky, uses a lot of resources. So I'm going to switch this over to object placement, and we'll just get one initially placed over here. Let's try right about here. So these are in alphabetic, just like the main grand ones. So let's do right there. And there's our light. You can already see the glow on it, so that's a good sign. Cool. So it must have the haze. So the fact that the bounding box over that is as big as it is, that's including the haze into it. And there's our light. So that's the back side. So we're not getting that clipping and whatever that we were noticing through the SimEd, which is good. I was hoping we would not. But this one, it does have a back side to it. So the fact that we collapsed that all together to have a front side that has our fabricated glow, and the back side. Looking pretty good so far. I don't know why it's not showing the haze though. That's interesting. Might have to try add the population to it to see what that is. Might have to look at it. I might have compiled the texture wrong for the haze too. That's very possible. Very, very possible. I'll have to look at that. So let's spin this a little bit. And again, because I don't have any information to know exactly where this thing needs to go, I'm just going to eyeball it here for now. So we still got quite a bit buried in the ground. So I want to raise this up. Got a better part of 60 foot worth of light pole here. So the fact that we know from the way we designed it, and the pivot was on the bottom. Again, this goes back to, let me see if I can load it up in here just to kind of give you a clue what I'm talking about. Let's delete that out. Let's bring it back into 3ds for actual light fixture, which is this one. I want to merge it in. So the fact the pivot is on the bottom here, we know we got 21 meters worth of light pole to deal with. So we can at least, in theory, and sandbox here, because of where that pivot is located, we got 21 meters that we can put this up to. Okay. Now, that doesn't mean we can set the Z to 21 unless it's a flat. If it's at ground zero, I guess as far as that, we know we're not at ground zero there. But anyway, in any case, it gives us some idea of how much height that we got in this actual object. But being able to create it from scratch like we do, we have that we have that information available to us. So if we put it at 21, for example, obviously that pivot on the bottom, it's putting it up 21 meters. So we don't want to consider, now if this loaded in, for example, all the way below, I guess as far as where we placed it, then we could probably get away with that. Okay, so we probably want to go half that distance. We probably want to go 10. And that'll probably give the majority of our height that we have in our pole. Like so. I think that turned out pretty damn good. That's for the light emitting one. Now I'm trying to figure out, is the haze actually in there? I'm gonna try and I do have a population switch on there, and I don't know if the population switch is goofed up or if the texture I created was incorrect. I'll have to check that out. It's kind of why I loaded these in first. These got a lot more going on with it as opposed to just the static structures that have no light emission to it. Yeah, you can see how the fabricated glow is applied to each individual light. Now this does not include those boxes that have no material to them. That's what's actually going to cast the light, right? As far as the light emission property, this is just a fabricated glow, and it does not have any back facing to it. And that's just kind of eliminate. So what I consider, I guess, as far as when I created no back facing to the glow, anything in multiplicity when you have back facing can sometimes create a problem. So much the same as the main grand light, I did not put any back facing on the glow or the haze for that matter. It's only on the track facing side, and that's kind of by design. I do feel from a lot of the testing that I've done that to have the back facing on the back side of the glow as well as the haze, it has way too much poly weight, and it kind of drives down the frame rates a little too much as far as especially on a night track, a night version track. So that's kind of my reasoning behind the way it's designed. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this one. Save the track this way, and I'm gonna overwrite just the same PTF. I didn't do a whole lot to it, you know, geometric wise or anything like that, so it's pretty safe, I guess, to be able to do that. And if it does break at this point, I've only got the two objects that I applied to that PTF. So that's what I can take into consideration. Now moving forward, as I go ahead and apply additional structures, and I'm going to be applying a lot more time into that, it might behoove me to make a separate PTF so that I don't step on the same PTF. I have something to fall back on. As we know, Sandbox is a very buggy program and can sometimes get very temperamental, I guess, as far as corrupting a PTF file. So if at any point, especially when you're doing a lot of work, like what I will be doing with these, applying these light fixtures, I don't want to lose any of that work. So it will behoove me, I guess, to create a separate PTF at some point so that I don't step on and then still have one to fall back on. Backups are always very, very important. Oh, so I think I'm noticing this geometric that you mentioned here, Torch. You mentioned that earlier. So yeah, this will be interesting to see. I see that now. So you created some geometric here, I guess, as far as to add shadow. I just noticed that as I was flapping my gums there. That's okay. We'll be able to notice that when we test that out in the sim. So we want to save this, and for now, like I said, I'm just going to save this over this one here. So we only got the two light fixtures that we applied in this one here, so I won't be losing much work even if it does corrupt. Alright, that looks good so far. So I'll go with new, and then I want to swap that out. Actually, what I want to check, let me reopen that. I want to see if that haze is actually, gotta check the texture on that. I think I might have goofed up on that. That should be showing. Let's see here. Pole lights. Oh, those are the A ones, my bad. We need lights, night. That one, I'm gonna check this haze out. Number 2. I could probably check it out in here too, but yeah, let's do that. We're already in that folder. Let's go. Where did we go? Lights. Haze. That's the one I want to check here. So this one does have TI. This is another thing as a reason why I eliminated the back facing. The only way to get the effect on this one here for sure, as far as you can tell what's going on with this one, it requires TI. There's no way you can do it with just a transparent with the magenta to get the effect that you're looking for on this. That's another reason, because of not only the texture weight with the TI applied to the one model, anything in multiplicity, as I mentioned, as far as having the back facing of those polys would add way too much poly weight with the way this textures needs to be designed. Okay, so this parent image shows as white. The TI actually shows anything in with white is actually going to show through. So I think what I'm going to do is the texture looks fine. So nothing wrong with the texture. So let me check out. I'm going to reload the track and try to apply population to this because I think that might be what's going on. Okay, so I only have it applied to this one light over here, so let's go over here. The fact that the glow's showing, that's a good sign. Fabricated glow, but the haze doesn't seem to be showing. Oh yeah, it is there. Just hard to see it. It is there. Here, let me switch this over to a night track. Yeah, you can see it now. Just barely, but that's the whole idea behind the haze. It just gives you a little bit of a haze. How else to put it? So let's go adjust track lighting, night track. Okay, so now we should see it. There we go. So we should be able to see it just a little better. Yeah, it is there. Yep. So I didn't notice that on the main grand lights, but yep, that's what the haze is supposed to look like. It's a little bit of a... I don't know, how else would you say that as far as that little bit of mist or whatever that comes off the lights with all the dust flying around with the cars going around in a circle? But it's just very subtle. Very subtle. Not too dramatic, but just subtle enough. Yeah, turned out pretty good. And it, like I said, no back facing on it. Actually, the haze does. I'll be damned. I guess the haze, I did do that. I don't think I did do that on the main grand. So I was just playing around to see what type of impact we'll have. We'll be able to tell once we get all these in here how much of an impact it is. And we'll be able to adjust this to one 3DO with all those in place there to be able to adjust every other light that we've applied to the track. So once all the light fixtures are applied around the track, and that 3DO gets updated to change the dynamic of that as far as how much poly weight is applied to it, that's going to change how it affects it is on the track overall. Yeah, I thought it turned out pretty good. I guess I didn't realize I did put back facing on the haze. Not on the glow though. That might have been the compromise that I came up with here as far as trying on just the haze, which doesn't have as much poly to it as the glow does. Each fabricated piece of glow has much more poly weight individually than the haze does. I think that was kind of what I was going by. Anywho, so that's how that one works. So I'm going to switch this back over to a track. That's as simple as it is there. Now you can see that there's still some other, some other things that would need to be adjusted on the track to make it truly night. So for example, the ground texture is obviously still represented in day. Sky is night. But if you were to put this game in this track in this condition, save this PTF and put it in the game, you'd only have this one light emitting object in here, and that's the only place that when you go through this area that would actually enlighten the car, if you will. Anywhere else around the track, the car would just be black. This is why it's important, I guess, as far as when you make a night track with that simple tick in the light options, that you have light emitting objects around your track so that it does actually cast some light onto the car. Otherwise, your car is just black, like I say. And for anybody that's built the track and has not applied light emitting objects to their track, kind of know what I'm talking about. Alright, so any case, we'll switch this back over. Doing okay. Now, probably another fair mention here, and this goes to show how the design of the camper groups were done. When you switch this over here, these will automatically switch. So it has a day texture and a night texture. So nothing more needs to be done with that. So no matter if you apply it directly to the track, or if you have them in your shared folder of the sim, these will switch automatically. So let me let's kind of demonstrate that here real quick. Switch this back over to night. So all these camper groups actually have a separate texture for night. So that's the night texture for those. There are plenty of other, you know, like I said, the ground, the outside ground or whatever would still have to be adjusted, but for the most part, you got a night track. That's just something else to add, I guess, about those the versatility and the usability of those camper groups that are available on the Spline Design site. Okay, let's switch this back over again. That's how you turn the lights off, on and off, I guess, for your track. Simple click right now. Alright, so now we're back to day. Now we're going to swap this out. I'm going to renew the track. The only reason why it's giving me this option to save the changes is because I did actually go into the light options. So I don't want to save that, you know, any of that, what I did. So I basically brought it back to where it was in the first place, so I don't really need to save it. Oh no. Now I'm going to swap out. Yoza! That's the max moment. So that's the first max jackpot. So James got one earlier for the 500. Torch has got the one for the 1,000. GG's. GG's. Man, Twitch chat is being bonkers. There we go. That's more better. Cool. Alright, so I keep having to switch back and forth between the chat bot and the Twitch chat. Twitch chat just ran real wonky. Yeah, up the game, that's for sure. Now you gotta get everybody else. That's what's the beat. More better, huh? Right? Definitely more better. Alright, let's swap out this. Go to the day one. Pole lights, and I've already previously constructed this. It's this, you know, in essence of time. So all I need to do is swap it out. If nothing else, I wanted to show how easy that is to swap out the two 3DOs to be able to have the 3DO, the light emitting version and a non-light emitting version. Now, keeping in mind during the day version, you obviously won't need the haze or the glow. So if you were to make, in this case, a night version, you would need these two, glow and haze. If you're just creating the day version like this is being represented, you don't need these. And that's what's evident here. So this one I just swapped out. If you look in here, there's not much to it. It's only using the one MIP, for example, and no haze or anything like that. So it's pretty simple and much the same as the main grand. So if I open this one up with Notepad, much the same thing. So the day versions are obviously much more simplistic as opposed to the light emitting versions. Okay, so with that all being said, I'm going to keep these out for now, so I'm going to chunk these out. Cut those, and I'm going to paste those. And then in this case, it doesn't matter which one I apply them to, because I'm using the same textures for either light, as I mentioned. We'll go to night. I'll go ahead and slop these right back in here. Cool beans. So now those are now out of our track edit folder. So the only thing I got in there is just exactly what's needed for this for our light pole that's non-light emitting and our main grand light. These 3 files right there. Cool. Now we can start the painstaking process of applying the rest of these lights to main grand, for example. It's going to take a little bit. It's going to take a hot minute. I don't know if I'll get them all done, but we'll get as many as we can. I did get all the pit lights, the lights on pit road for the infield done, so I'll do my best. Can't guarantee anything. It's going to be a little bit of a process. But I think the ones for the main grand are going to be the easiest to do. Because we do have more information as far as the placement of them. All that information is available on the roof of the main grand there. Okay. Alrighty then. So let's ensure. Let's go over to that pole. It's over here. And right now it's pretty much just going to be placeholder. It's probably not an actual. Man, you can already tell even from back here or whatever. So when we get these all applied in here, that's going to actually add a whole another level of dimension here. Having those light poles. Now obviously they're going to look a lot shorter in areas where there's banking, as opposed to areas that don't have as much banking. Once we get these like on the back stretch here, you're really going to get a sense of how tall these lights are. That's what I feel. Much the same as our reference picture. We're going to get this sense here, I guess, as far as once we actually apply them to areas that don't have as much banking. And like I was alluding to, I don't think I'm going to get to applying all of those around the outside because it's going to take a hot minute. I'm going to, like I said, I'll do my best. I did all these here as far as on the infield post stream. I got those done within a couple hours, I guess, as far as to get those all, you know, two and a half hours, and just kind of whip bam boom and just knock them out. Well, we were able last stream, I guess, as far as to get all these pit road lights get supplied there. I think there's quite a few more to go on the main grand, so we'll just see how many we can get. We'll see how many we can get. We'll go from there. Alright, here goes nothing. Are we ready? Alright, let's go to object placement view. The fact that we've got one placed already makes it that much easier. Object placement. Yeah. No problem, Torch. We'll be here for a while. Getting these placed here. Yeah, so the fact that we've got all these different placements here for that. These each individual light. There's the initial one we applied right there. You can see the shadow for those lights. You can see how many of those are evident on that. And I do have a picture reference for that as well. For these lights. In reality. So let's take a look. So we got a picture right here. The courtesy of Torch. So these are the lights here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lows. Now the fact that it's got all these wonkiness, and they're not really straight across, I tried to simulate that, I guess, as much as possible with the texture of it. So if we go back to here, kind of see, I tried to simulate that as much as possible. It's at least got the 8 fixtures. How about that? That's all on a flat plane, as opposed to making, you know, actual 3D can lights, which I think would add a little too much poly weight, considering how many would have to be applied. Like I say, anything in multiplicity, when you have just one object that has a lot of detail to it on a poly weight level, is definitely what should be considered when you're applying these things. I tried to add as much detail to this as possible without adding too much 3D poly weight, I guess, to the actual model. And I think they look pretty good. So even if you were to consider, as far as to look at it from you know, different angles. The only thing that would look maybe kind of weird is if to do it from this way. That might be the only. So I may or may not end up adjusting that to have a back face to it, much the same as the light poles. Just wanted to get an idea. We'll see how much frame rate loss that we experience, and if there's room, I guess, to be able to add more detail to it, then we can go. We can actually absolutely do that, even after these are applied. All right, enough procrastinating. All right, so we did take note that our light fixture for this one's at 42, a height of 42. Okay, so that gives us some idea of what we want to set these other ones at. Okay, here we go. Ready or not? Yeah, so this will be my reference here as far as this one's a little bit longer, so I know it's only a few down from that. Okay. Now, it gets lost in the mix here, as to be expected. Let's see. Oh, actually, it's right there. Cool. Not too bad. Just to confirm, that is the one I place. Sometimes they might tend to get lost in the mix, as opposed to trying to click over it if you're not able to click on it. Due to other things trying to empower it, if you will. Go to your items list. Always be listed in here too. Be able to select it until it lights up. So we want to go fixed. Set this to 42. And go ahead and put it right in position. And we'll see how that looks. There's light number 2. Man, these are going to be pretty close together. So the fixture I might have, it might be a little too wide. So that might be something else I may need to adjust. That's as much as I could really get it reduced down to get all 8 lights in there. To have it, you know, get 8 fixtures into it. So, I'm already seeing there might be some adjustability I might have to apply to this already. So they are definitely not right on top of each other like that, as far as based on the actual picture. They got a little bit of spacing between them. This one's only got 6. They must have a combination of 6 and 8. I'll be damned. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. You dirty rascal. So they got one that's got 6 and one that has 8. So I might have had to make another one, a different version that has only 6. I'll still be able to use the same texture, but I think that's how they kind of level it out. Interesting. Yeah, but see how much spacing they got in between that? So the way I'm applying this so far, they're like right next to each other, so that's obviously not the way they're supposed to be. So it could come down to a couple of different things. I'll have to resize the actual model in combination to probably adjusting the texture itself. So the texture, just to give you a sense of what those look like. So we're in our track edit folder. I don't think I really got into that. Let's see here. Where you at? Light. L. Right here. So here's our texture. This is the texture that's being used. So there's definitely room for adjustability in the texture itself. There's plenty of room, so this is basically where that's mapped to. And then the support for it. So that's not really an issue. So I'm just thinking ahead as far as like what I would need to do to have to adjust that for these main grand lights. What I am pondering is, do I actually want to fiddle with that right now? Probably could, because if I were to go any further and get these applied there, I might have to make adjustments to all the additional ones that I have placed. I already know, even going this far, that these aren't going to be the proper size. So it would behoove me, I guess, as far as to make an adjustment to the model and possibly create a secondary model using the same texture that only has 6 pictures as opposed to 8. Yeah, I think I might do that. Who's just messing with us? You sound like me when I was doing the Daytona Rising Grandstand, counting those lights. As far as what? The fact that there's so many? Or just how to apply them? I mean, these are things to think of even at this stage here, because what I think about is if I go ahead and apply and not do anything with the model, I'm probably going to have to make additional adjustments to every single one of them that I place beyond this. So I'm kind of leaning more towards the fact that if I fix it now and then apply it, you know, at this stage, then I won't have as many to adjust moving forward. I mean, it's just an obvious and logical thing to think about. Yeah, counting them, there's a lot of them. There's a shitload. I mean, you can see just by looking at the shadow for all those lights are. There's a ton of them. So yeah, I think what I am gonna do, even at this stage here, let me go ahead and save this. And again, I'm just gonna go right over the same PTF. I don't only have but the 3 things applied, and I haven't done anything else to it. Put back in geometry. Save over that same PTF. So even if it does corrupt at this point, it's not going to be much work lost. If I had a lot more work done to it, yeah, I would definitely probably be saving a new PTF. Not even going to chance it. Alright, so we're good there. I'm going to go ahead and do a new. Let me close this out. So we're going to make some adjustments to the main grand light. Set this. Close it out. So we're going to get the other version of Max. I don't like doing any modeling in this version. The only thing I use this version of Max for is basically export a pass file. This is the only version of Max that I have that'll comply with that. So let me switch this back over to 14. Give me just a second. Okay, close that up. Boom. Alright. I got a lot of stuff open. Got a lot going on though too. Okay. Make 3DO is still up. Cool. Probably still need that. Alrighty then. How are we doing out there, everybody? Hopefully everybody's having a good one. Good time. This is pretty productive so far. We had a lot of things that Torch has done. Still some things that I've pointed out that we need to adjust or tweak on. And we're actually in the process of getting some new items here for ourselves. Cool, alright. Okay, I've got Max 14 open. Now, I want to open up the scene for our main grand light, which is the light emitting one, night version. Somewhere in here. 2020 lights, night, main grand. So you can kind of see how the construct of this one looks like too. So there's that. Same concept as the other pole lights, whatever. It's got the boxes, whatever, that have the point light option function to it. These are not double-sided, so the fact that we can see double-sided gets to that's only evident here in Max. If I was to render this, you won't see a back facing it, and that's what we noticed in Sandbox too. Yeah, there's no back facing to the actual pole is 3D, so but on this side you would see the actual fixture like so, and obviously the magenta represents transparency. Okay, so what we need to do, based on what we know now, we need to somehow shrink up the size of those individual lights. So what I'm going to try here initially is just to shrink that plane up that has the actual string of lights here. Wow. I don't know how this is going to work. I'm hoping I got enough room still, I guess, for these actual boxes, or bounding boxes. We got to shrink it actually quite a bit. Now this is the 8 lights, so I'm going to focus on that one at least for now. I'm going to look into potentially making one for 6 lights. I think there's enough room. I'm pretty confident there's enough room to be able to create. Let me see what I got here. Before I get too far with that. I do have, I think I did, that's what I don't check. I do have a layer template for this, yes. Yes I do, it's cool. But I do have a layered texture for this. Semi-layered. So what I did, that's what I did for the 8. I already got one in here that's got 6. So I can use that as our 6. So we'll have our 8, which we're already using, and then the 6 is right over here. Of course, we'll still be able to use the same texture. That's kind of nice. Okay. Let's focus on this 8 here for the time being. So, we want to look at... Already close, that's right. Trying to get an idea of how much it needs to be reduced. Okay, let's go and open the track up here. I think I'm going to try using the linear guide. I got an idea. Let me see something. So I want to get an idea of how wide that is right now. And I can do this by using linear guide. So let's do linear guide. It's up here right in the center. So what we can do is line this up with that that light in the top-down view here, and get a sense of how wide these are. I can do this in max too. In fact, I'll probably end up creating a ruler in max, so I can coincide with the dimensions that I've got here in Sandbox to know how much I need to reduce the width of these lights. All right, where are we at? Let me go to. That's right, I'm not an object. Alright, so we should be right here. Center that right over this pole. So what I can see is the 3D pole support for that light. Break this down. And then what I'll do is I'll switch it back over to object placement view. Get an idea of. Okay, so now if I go like this, and all I want to do now, I can't do it in this view, but I can at least take note. I need to make it a little bit wider. So these are like right on top of each other. I need to stretch it to here. And there. Switch it back to geometry. Okay. That's pretty close, okay. A little more. Hopefully I can get an idea of what I'm doing. So all I'm doing is lining up the linear guide with the actual bounding box for the actual object. And that comes out to just over 7 meters. 0.08 meters. So we're just going to say 7 meters. And what I'm looking at is this. It's probably hard to see it. Way over here on the right hand side, that linear guide tells me it's 7.08 meters. 7.08 meters wide. Okay, so what we should be able to do I'm thinking probably making this about 5 meters wide for this one there. That should probably get us more in the ballpark. So let's create a plane. Standard plane. Get some of these height and length tags out. That down. We want to make it 5 meters wide. Right about that. We're gonna flip this up 90 degrees. So, and then I want to move the pivot down to that bottom edge, just like I showed on that other ruler I made, the whole light. So we'll do effect pivot. We'll go to snap to edge. Snap it right down. It doesn't matter anywhere on this edge. Doesn't really have to be centered so long as it's on that edge. Snaps off there, so now we got it flat down. Now the height of it I'm not really worried about, it's the width. So we want to get it down to this width, which is 5 meters. Let's zero this out. Okay, so we want to get it down to that width, I suppose. That might be a little bit more manageable. Let me... Okay, I don't have that centered in there. Let's, so we got 5 meters, so we need this 2.5. Let's see here. Let me do this real quick. I'm going to do effect pivot, center, and then just bring it straight down. Oh, should be able to bring it straight down. So let's do... Let's snap it this way. And then zero out that X. There. That should be in the middle. That should be in the middle of it. It's cool. Huh? See y'all going ham on that. Is that this torch? Y'all playing slots. Oh, there's one. That's 2. That's the low end one, but yeah. I repent. Is that a new one you're trying out there, Torch? Jeez, Pete. It's funny. Anywho, we need to get our field there. It gets to be this width here. I still don't think that's centered. No, it's definitely not centered. It's not centered on the actual plane. Alright, hold on. Pivot. According to that, it's showing it is. So maybe my object is not centered? Weird. Why is that not centered? Definitely looks lopsided, so you can see where the pivot is. It's got less on this side than it does this side. That's what I'm noticing. What's up with that? That's the Y, dummy. Need to adjust the X. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it seems like it needs to be like right there. Am I wrong? That seems to be more proportionate right there. And you know, just trying all kinds of commands in there. Oh, funny. Alright, that looks more proportionate to me. So that's where we need to get it down to. So it's basically a light off on either end. We're not actually going to remove the light, but that's what we need to reduce it on either end. Just to make it proportionate. Alright, so what I'm going to do is we need to select the actual plane. I do have it as an editable poly. I'm going to select that poly, attach it. And in this case, we can just do it. That's fine. And then we'll set the pivot. Pivot, we'll center it to that. Now we can scale this. Yeah, that definitely looks more proportionate there. So even when I switch between my ruler and this one here, the fact that this is centered into that plane, yeah, that actually looks better. Like that. Yeah. Sweet. All right. So we need to scale this plane down on the horizontal. Down to the size of our ruler. Now I don't know how this is going to affect the size of our bounding boxes there. That's my other concern. It's right about there. So we're just that much off the center there, okay. It's probably the ruler that's off, because I know the plane itself was proportionate, so when I look at how much is hanging over on each side of the pole, I could probably move that over just a little bit. Yeah, I could probably do that and I'd still be safe. Okay. We're in good shape. Alright, let's link this. We'll shift it over to this one. Something like that. Marvelous. Okay. Good deal. Alright, so we'll go ahead and hide this for now. It's just our ruler. So this is going to be our new size. But we still got the 8 fixtures. But we're going to have to probably change the size of these bounding boxes here, unfortunately. I don't know if I want to go much smaller than that, though. I guess. Okay. Well, we'll try and see what we can do here. Let's see what we can do here. This is going to take a little bit of finagling. So we're going to have to reduce the size of these boxes. And I'll probably just uniform scale them down. That'll probably be the easiest way. James with a keg? Oh my god. Y'all going nuts. That's funny. Y'all just trying to create just commands out of thin air. That's funny. Taste of Budweiser. I mean, you can't spam the beer emote. It's just this one here. You don't have to use just the command, right? Y'all are crazy. Alrighty then. So how do I want to do this here? I probably want to hide these for now. I already know I'm going to have to resize all these. Anyway, so this is the original orientation. I think what I'll do is this. I'm going to group these up. I got an idea.
Let's get ready to rumble!
James having some fun with the sound alerts now. Boom. Hey, did you get one? Oh, you did. There you go. 500 units of fluid. So that's 2 for you. Two 500 unit jackpots. Torch has at least gotten the 1. 1,000 units of fluid. So you've got 2, and Torch has got 2. Torch is a little bit ahead of you though, because he got the 200 and 1,000. So he's got 1,200. You got 1,000, right? Yeah. I think if my tally is right, that's good. Hey, little TJ, how we doing? We doing trucking on this Tuesday. This ATS. I'm off Monday and Friday. Probably Tuesday. Yeah, we usually do. We didn't get to do it this Tuesday, unfortunately. Trying to catch up, keep up with chat there. How we doing there, little TJ? So you said you're off Monday and Friday, huh? That's pretty cool. So I'm gonna highlight these. Picking them all. Yeah, 8 of those. I'm gonna group this up and just hide them for now. Actually, I'm gonna group it and clone it. That's what I want to do. Let's actually rename this group to Let's see, B box. And I'll call this a rip. This way I don't have to delete them all completely, just yet. Until I come up with something that's going to be a replacement. Let's do that. Now we're going to clone this group. Copy. Do it that way. Now we can hide one of these groups. I'll hide this one. Move it out of the way for now. Now from here I can size these up. Oh, y'all getting a little bit too premature, I guess, in trying to administer the shot. You know, you get those every few minutes. It's just letting you know. Okay. So in this one here, I want to ungroup this one now. And then from here, I'm going to go ahead and delete all these out of this one here. I already got the other one that's cloned. Yep. Now I'm going to rescale this. I might not need to scale it too much, but definitely need to scale it. Okay, so right now that's box 9. Okay, cool. Let's clone this. Let's see. Yeah, it's alright, because we'll have to rename them anyway. Yeah, so you can already get a sense of why I would need to rescale these, because otherwise they're going to overlap. I want each of these boxes to represent one light fixture. I think I'm going to have to shrink this down. So we'll uniform scale this. Alright, so I want to make these too small. Let's go up just a little bit bigger. Let's make those a little bit. Like I was mentioning before, I like to add a little bit of flip to that box, like so. Keeping in mind that the source of the light is going to be the center of this object. That might not be too bad like that. Okay. Alright, so what I'll do is I'm going to reset the Xform on this. It's just a habit that I get into whenever I change the shape or the size or the scale, whatever, of an object. Even though all this is just a source, it's not going to actually be visible, per se, from the box standpoint, as far as on the model. I don't know, it's just a habit I get into as far as to redo the Xform. It's a good habit to get into. Okay, so let's do set select. Cool, and collapse all. That one's good. Now from here I can clone it. Clone that. The numbers aren't going to matter just yet. I'll have to renumber them once I get them all into place, but here I think this might work out a little bit better. Whoops, wrong key. Sure, wrong buttons. Yeah. That might not be too bad. I don't like these boxes to overlap either, because you don't want the source of light to clip into each other. So I leave a little bit of buffer on those as well. Okay. Alright, so far so good. Yeah, the numbers of the boxes will definitely become critical once I get these all in place. I'll have to renumber those. That's good. So it's got a little bit of a pattern. It's got like a tiered fat pattern to it. Restart. Y'all are funny with trying to create commands out of the thin air. Unbelievable. Alright. Clone. Actually, they tend to be a little bit more scrunched on this side. So it's going to be a matter of finding one uniform size for all these will be considered the bounding boxes for our point light. So although you can necessarily take the approach of sizing them all independently, I try to keep them all uniform. Versus, so it has the same size for each source of light. So far I don't like how that's overlapping, I guess, as far as visual lights there. Might just go ahead and move this over. I mean, I can always adjust the texture as well, if need be. Okay, so just as long as they're not overlapping each other. Yasso got a jackpot, so Yasso, that's the first one, right? Torch is trying to bribe, that's funny. Y'all keeping yourself entertained, I guess, as far as with that. That's what those mini check games are. Bam! There you go. There's one. Oh, now you're tied with Torch now. Both you and Torch have 1,200 units of fluid. The jackpots. Yasso's got some catching up to do. Not boozing up the bot enough. Okay, next, so last one. This might not be too terrible, actually. I think I can work with this. Okay, so we might need to finagle this one over just a tad. Just to get these all kind of fit in real nice. That might not work out too bad. Now it does kind of overhang on that plane a little bit, but that won't be too bad. I like the spacing of that. I think that'll work out just dandy. Handy dandy. Okay, so that's step one. So I think what I'll do at this point, this original here, I'm gonna chunk these out. Don't need those anymore. delete those. Those are going to be our new ones right now. So now we need to renumber these. Box 01 all the way to box 08. And that's critical because of the way the script is. Torch has got 3. You got another 200 up on James. Sorry, bot. So Torch is kind of edged Racer James at this point. Okay, so this one's going to be box 02. Yeah, so per the script, the way I was showing that earlier, the naming of these actual boxes here is going to be critical. They have to match what's in the script. I'm taking the initiative to go ahead and rename these. Just on that. Wait a minute, did I skip one? Got 1, 3. Nope. What? My bad. I misnumbered 3. This one's 4. This one's 5. 6. Sorry, not sorry. You know, funny. This one's gonna be 7. And 0, 8. Okay, so there's our 8 there. Sweet. Now what I'll do is I'll group these up. I'm going to have to adjust the fabricated glow and the haze with the resize of our actual structure. I'm going to group this up and just call this one B-Box. Okay, and then we'll hide that. Now we'll unhide the glow. Now we gotta move these though. Yikes, I might have to rescale these bad boys too. Okay, so right now I got these all grouped. I'm gonna ungroup it. Drink up, bat. Okay, let's see here. So I got 8 pieces of glow here, so I might have to rescale these glow. This might be a little too big based on the size of our deal here. Okay, let's see if we can. Yeah, I already had a pretty good idea. I'm gonna have to. Otherwise, these are going to be pretty crowded on top of each other. Alright, I got an idea. I'm going to do the same thing I did with the bounding box. I'm going to regroup this again. Let's do group. We'll do glow. No. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and clone that. Okay. Now we can hide the original. this one. Okay, so now let's do the same thing pretty much that we did with the bounding boxes here. Let me rescale these up here. Okay, let's see here. If I do a uniform scale, we should. Oh, there's another one. You're getting those 200s. You're getting the low end ones there. That's 1400, I guess, on my account. In jackpots. Oh, yep.
Session with a lo-fi playlist, but now you really need to focus.
Short little YouTube ad. There we go. Get back to the Techno X. Royalty free. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. Oh, I got so much stuff open now. Okay. So what do we want to scale this to? That is the ultimate question. Uniform scale for sure. How low do we want to go? Might not be too bad. I can probably deal with that. Okay, so let's try and much the same as I always do with rescaling and resizing. I'd like to set the Xform. Cool. Now we can clone it from there. So it doesn't matter the number of the glow. I'll renumber those after. Yeah. Yeah, this might look a little better. Liking it. This one should be more straight on. Yeah, so I'm gonna straighten this out. Top out. Oh, that's not what I want. Yep. Liking it so far. Now because I straightened that one out. I guess it don't matter. It's too good. Oh, wait a minute. No, 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 no. Don't be doing that. Okay. Oh, so far. How many I have here so far? I got 1, 5, 6. So I still got 2 more to put. Wait a minute, did I miss one? I did miss one. I sure did. This one over. I missed one. Oh, I got 2 more. Yeah, I think this will work out just dandy. Rest. Feel tired out? But your fingers are probably tired, that's for sure. Wearing that keyboard out even more. Yep, I think this will work out just fine. Marvelous. Okay. So there's our new set of glows for each light. Sweet. Alright, let's yeah, since I'm satisfied with that, I'll take this original glow and get rid of that. So delete that. Now I'm going to renumber these. I don't really need to, but I guess as far as the sake of neat tidiness, I guess in the items list. These aren't really critical because as far as how they're numbered, more or less just tidiness in the items. OCD gets the better of me. Six, 7, and glow 8. Cool. So now in the items list here, it'll be nice and tidy. Okay, that's much is done. So this was our ruler, right? No, that was the object. Okay. So I can probably combine those back together. I think that's going to be a pretty reasonable size for 8 lights anyway. So even from this one here, at this size here, I can remap and make a separate object and map it to that same texture in the different location. It only has the 6, if you ever want to do that. So we can make a B version, I guess, of our lights main. So we'll have this one and then a B, for example. Alright, let me go ahead and combine these back together. Alright, so we'll do flaps selected. Right back there, it's what I want. Maintain the name of my shape there. Cool. Now I want to reset the Xform. Okay, exactly what I wanted to see. Sweet. Collapse that, and we'll convert this back over to edible poly. Okay. All these are edible poly. Sweet. Awesome. Now I'll go ahead and group these newly created glows. Actually, I'll go through the items list here. Select all these and group them up. Group. And we'll call these glow. And I'm gonna, just like before, I'm going to add my notation here to collapse so that I know those have to be collapsed prior to export. There, little notation there, so we'll go ahead and hide those. Now we'll bring in our outer haze and adjust that one. Okay, now all we need to do is just adjust the size of that on the horizontal for the most part. So we'll do a scale on the horizontal just to kind of comply it with our new shape, our light fixture. We'll go to this. So the texture itself is fine as far as the way that's mapped to it. We just need to get it complied to our new size. Okay. Let's go here. And we'll shrink it down. Oh. Like so. Marvelous. I think that'll work out just fine. And just like I've been doing, I'm going to go ahead and reset the Xform. And that's what we want to see. Not all the times it will require to have to do the Xform, but just to ensure, I guess, as far as that your shape that you're reconfiguring there, resizing or whatever, isn't out of whack. Y'all having just going ham, I guess. I know that. So yeah, do I have the tally right? I guess as far as Torch has got 1400. James still has 12 on the jackpots. Oh, did the slots a little too fast, a little too quick on the finger. All right, so the haze is good to go. So go ahead and hide that. Now, this established a new save for this. I'm going to bring back all the bounding boxes, like so, and then ungroup that. Because we do not need those collapsed or grouped. We just need that they're individual pieces like that, and that's what I would initially export out. Yep, just like that. Cool. This is going to be our new starting scene. So bringing everything out, I can probably take that ruler out. Yeah, probably bring the ruler out. So the ruler I probably don't need anymore. I'll go ahead and delete that. Done with that. So this is all the components of our light emitting TSO. As far as fabricated glow, haze, and our point light boxes. That's another 200, and you keep getting that 200. So that's 1600 you got. And jackpots. And James is like, I gotta get to work here. I gotta get busy. Alright, let's go ahead and let's hide these two. Alright, so this is going to be our new starting scene. So we'll go ahead and save this. And make sure we're on the main grand. Yes, we are. Cool. Save that. Cool. That is our new main grand. Light scene. Okay. Now it's just going to be a matter of re-exporting out. And I'll have to redo the day one as well. We need to re-export all the 3 parts there, I guess, as far as for the glow, the haze, and the actual light fixture. So we'll do initially 3DS. And probably while I'm in Max here, I'll go ahead and spit out for the non-emitting version, so that I have that. So when I go into Max 5, I'll just be able to knock all those pass files out. And false swoop. Alright, so. Okay. What I need to do is bring everything out. I'm going to do the glow last, since it's got a little bit more to it, I guess, as far as being able to get it exported. Alright, so we just need to get rid of the haze and the glow. Isolate just that. Okay, and we can just go ahead and export that out as a new 3DS. Lights, night, main grand. 3DS. We gotta spit this out as a 3DS. That's gonna be this little bad boy. Yes, please. Alright, I'll bring everything back. Now we can take out everything but the haze. Like I said, I'll do the glow last. Okay, so we got just that. Spit that out as a 3. Making sure I'm in my main grand and not the pole lights. Okay. Bring everything back. Now we'll isolate just the glow. Alright, now on this one here, as I've shown before, with the pole lights, I need to ungroup it. And it doesn't really matter what order that I select these in. I'll probably rename it anyway. So we'll go glow, hammer, collapse, selected. Okay, now we want to pivot that, and then reset the Xform. There we go. Marvelous. Looks marvelous. Alright, so. Then, I'm just going to rename this to glow. Like so. Now we can go export that one out. Whoa. Now what I want to do is I'm going to create the 3DS that has just the scared the crap out of me. And James trying to give him a Corona now? That's funny. Whiskey, Diesel Pete. Scared the crap out of me with that, you asshole. Did you get one? What did you get? Oh, Yasso got it, the 1000. Ooh, she coming. Yeah, so coming. So what do you got? You got 2 jackpots. What is that? 1,200. That's at least 2 of you that's got the 1,000 so far. Y'all have gotten it at least so far. That's nice. You got that other one too though earlier. I think you're sitting on 1,200. You got the small jackpot earlier. So I think you and James both have 1,200. Torch is sitting on 1,600. Got some catching up to do. Mustard. Alright, so we got this all spit out. So what I want to do is get it back to just the light fixture. Got a lot of backing up to do here. There we go. So we want to get it just to the light fixture. So I only need just the spark. Just this little doodad right now. Alright, so just making sure I got nothing else in the scene. Cool. I'm gonna spit this out and put it in the day version. Non-emitting. Oh, bot doesn't like milk and cookies? What bot doesn't like milk and cookies? Wine and dine. You're funny. you know that doesn't really work, right? Oh my god. Y'all are hilarious. Alright, so let's export this one out, and I gotta point to the day one. Here. That one. This way when I go into max 5, I'll be able to do them all in one fell swoop. Yep. Cool. Alright, so we got those all done. Now let's go ahead, reset all this. Alright, now we gotta close this one out and open up max 5. Alright, so give me just a second. I don't know if I actually did save. I think I did. I'll have to make sure that I do save the PTF, I guess, as far as prior to closing that out and opening up our new model. Okay, so it's going to max 5 coming up. Maybe after all that drinking it was hungry? Where? I thought you already tried to feed it milk and cookies and it didn't like that. Beer farts? Oh my god, Torch. Oh, you fed it hamburger and fries. Oh, I must have missed that. Well, yeah, you always get hungry, I guess, after drinking, that's for sure. Alright, so we're at max 5. Let's, 20, let's go to lights. So first one, I want to do the night ones first, and then we'll do the day ones last. So we're in the main grand, 3DS. Gotta open up all these individual 3DSs. First one, so we want to completely replace, do not convert. Cool. Go to make sure we're just on the light fixture. We don't want to apply any material to those bounding boxes here. Very critical we don't do that. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Why you don't want to select? Alright, let me look at my items list. Okay, they are separate. Yeah, it's just making sure they are separate. Yeah, we don't want to apply material to these boxes here. Very critical that we don't do that. So just on the actual structure itself, I can confirm that over in there. Material editor. Bring that up. Apply our texture. And I want to make sure I can use that one, but I'm gonna go ahead and go to the main grand one since that's what we are working with. It's basically the same texture, but trying to work out of the same folder at least. Okay. That should be that one. Got the image alpha on it. That's cool. And apply it physically to the model. Marvelous. That's all good to go. Spit that out as a pass file. Lights, night, main grand, 3DS. Make sure we set this to a pass file. And I want to overwrite that one. Yes, please. Okay, that one's done. Now we can go ahead and get everything out of the scene here. Import the next piece here, which will do the glow. Merge it. Okay, change the texture. I can use a different sphere. I don't necessarily have to use the same sphere. Just figure that one's already populated, so I'll just place this texture. That one is, yep, that should be the one. We got image alpha to it. Nice. Apply it physically to the model. Good to go. Export that as a pass file. That one's the glow. We'll take that one out and do the haze. Alright, change texture out. Yep. So as long as we got image alpha on it, we should be good. Nice. Good to go. Everything else checks out. File, export that out as cool. I got one more to do. This as far as the day version, the non-light emitting. We're gonna import, go to the day folder, which is this one, main grand, CDS. Import that one, merge it, and just apply our texture. I'm gonna go up this way. Day, main grand, yes, texture. Image alpha, sweet. Apply it right to physically to the model. That's always critical. Yo, the Torch's your fingers got to be getting tired. I passed out, maybe. I think Torch is wearing it out. Alright, so we got to spit this out as a pass. We got to make sure we're in the right folder. Day folder. And oh, Racer James finally got another 1,000. Oh yeah, he done took the lead. That's 2,000 jackpots. You got 2,200. Torch has got some catching up to do now. GG's. Maybe I'll spit out our pass file here. Oh! Torch is coming back. 500. He's back up to 2,100. Only 100 behind now. By my count. Yeah, we want to replace that. Cool. I say so. Just confirm that did. Alright. So we got 2 3DOs that we want to create. Just confirm it did save that. Yes, it did. Cool. Nice. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do first is I'm going to do the night one. The light emitting version first. Yeah. So we need to bring over the pass files for that. I should already have the textures in the Make 3DO directory, so that's gonna be nice. I'll bring over the script. pass files. That should be it. Copy that over to Make 3DO. Excellent. Now let's go ahead and spit that out and run that through Make 3DO. Oh, I know if I use that, that's gonna. Oh shoot! I better not use that key then. I'll go ahead and just type it in manually. All right, so we need to call up Make 3DO -S because we are using a script, and this one's called lights_main_grand. Lights_main_grand. .psg. Got another one, so that's. Oh, so you're ahead again. Back up to 2600. 2600 on my count. Torch is back in the lead. Okay, so .psg. No more parameters to that, so we can just be able to do that. Okay, so there's our light emitting version of the main grand. Okay, that loads up in 3D Sim Ed, no problem. We'll cut that out here and put that into here. And I'll open up here. Okay, so there's our newly reconfigured grandstand light. In 3D Sim Ed at least. Now we need to spit out the day version. Okay, so we'll move over those appropriate files, which we only need the pass file. We go to here, main grand 3ds. Need this pass file. Bring that over to here. Yep, we're gonna overwrite that. So that's just overwriting the light emitting version. So I already have that in the other folder. Got the same name for it. So yep. And then we'll spit this one out. Alright, so I know it's going to switch my scenes here, but I'm going to go ahead and switch it right back. Alright, so we'll go back this way. Oh, nope, get out of that. Get out of that. Oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. Get out of there. What the heck? Oh, come on now. Killing me, Smalls. How do we get out of this? I don't want to delete any. What the heck are you doing here? There we go. Nope. Okay, that didn't work the way I was hoping it would. Okay, hold on a second. I know what I can do. One more time. Now if I go back to this scene. Yeah, that's the only problem with my shortcut, I guess, as far as for the command prompt. It's the same key that I use to switch my scenes out. It's the only problem. I'm running out of buttons. I broke what? I didn't broke anything. You broke it. You all breaking it. I didn't break nothing. Alright, so actually it's putting up the wrong one here, but that's okay. We're gonna do lights. That didn't even work the way I wanted it to. Not bad. Lights. There's a little bit of a flaw, I guess, in the way I got my hotkeys for stuff. Main grand. So for anybody that does know, as far as how command prompts, you can use the F8 key, just to be able to bring up the last entries, I guess, as far as in the command line prompt. But if I use that F8 key, that changes my scene. So That doesn't help. Said I'm running out of buttons. Alright, so. Oh, crap. Oh, I'm not using script on this one. That's right. I forgot. My bad. So, this is obviously a cool thing. So, it lets me know it's not able to find the bounding box, I guess, as far as based on the script, right? Because they changed out the pass file, doesn't have those in there anymore. That's actually telling me, dummy, you're doing the wrong command in this case. So all I need to do is run it through raw pass, not the script. So that was my boo-boo. So let's try this again. This one's a more simplified model because it doesn't have all the dynamics of the light emitting properties. So I can do -P for pass file, and then lights underscore main graph .psg, and no other parameters. Oh crap. What did I do? Okay, what's up with that? Identifier light group. What did I do on that export of that? What the heck? Okay, let me look at that in Max. Light main, what is that telling me here? Why are you looking for light group? There shouldn't be. Hold on. Got something else in here? Nope, there's nothing else in there. What the heck? What you talking about, Willis? Why is it telling me that? That doesn't make any sense. The light group was for the script. I'm running it raw pass though. Huh. Try it again. Minus what? Minus P. Minus P. Just making sure I'm typed it right. You know, something I can do too. And paste. Let me try it this way. Just make sure I'm getting the proper name here. Oh, I see what I did. Oh, you dummy. Alright, okay, I already know what I did. Properties. Copy that. Alright, so I think that's exactly what I did. My bad. So I was trying to... The -P is looking for a pass file. So the fact that I put .psg instead of PAS, that's why it gave me that error. So you can't intermix as far as using the pass file parameter with a PSG, because that would be looking for a -S. So that's why it came up this here with light group. It wasn't able to find it, so that's its syntax. Alright. There we go. Now it should work. That's better. Cool. Now we can take this, cut that out. All in the syntax. Alright, so let's cut that and paste it into our day version here. And that's also...
You can lock your phone screen without your video stopping.
Oh, go away, YouTube video. I don't want you. Maybe give me back the Techno Axe. There we go. Okay. Now what we need to do is bring in this new non-light emitting one to our track edit folder. And we should be able to reload the track with that new item. Paste that over back here. Newer, yes. So it's just a simple replace of that 3DO. Now I want to make sure that I do have this saved. I'll switch it back over to geometry view. File save as. Overwrite that PTF. We'll do a new. Open and reopen our same PTF. Now we should have the new 3DO applied in place. There we go. Now we're talking. Much better. Oh yeah, much better. Now, probably don't have nearly as much space as they do in actuality. And again, going back by our reference picture, you got a little bit more spacing in there. I can always probably finagle the positioning of these lights to give them a little bit more spacing. That's definitely a huge improvement. It's that little bit of reduction in size. Now, also, the other thing is too, the light that's next to that is also 6 instead of 8. So that's obviously going to create more space in between it. I was debating whether or not I did want to make that second version there, because what I need to know, how many more of these 6s do they have than the 8? That's probably another better question to ask. So if they've got more of the 6, then I would probably focus more on that, much the same as I did for the one row of 8 for the light poles. So they might only have so many of these here that are 8, than they do the 6. But I think I am going to make one that's 6 anyway, and I can always replace this one with that. I'll keep this one here because that's obviously evident, but I'll make a B version of that light. That way we'll have 2 different versions of the light using the same texture. I think that's what approach we'll take to this here. Alright, let's go ahead, reset this. And we need to open up. We're going to open back up Max 14 so we can do a little bit of adjustment. And make a 6 light fixture. We're doing all kinds of creation today, aren't we? Oh, you're gonna look at the pictures to see how many of those? Yeah. So we only got the one pic, and that's a really good picture reference. Don't get me wrong. That's like a money shot there to actually see how those lights actually appear on that. But I'm tending to wonder if they've got more of the 6. Yeah, so they probably got more of the 6 size than the 8, than they do the 8. So they probably only put the 8 in there like in sporadic positions. This is what I'm wondering. Alright, so let's go ahead and open our main grand light. Let me see here. 2020. Night, main grand. So as with any of these constructs, I always consider the light emitting one first before I consider the, I guess, the day one. That's got a lot more going on with it. So what I'm going to do is probably create a separate scene. This one's the one row of 8, and I'll have one for one row of 6. I think that's what I'll do. The only thing is, the way I named... I can always change that at this stage. The way I named the 3DO, I could probably just rename one for Lights Main Grand 6, or something like that. A 1R6 or something like that. I can rename it so that it can distinguish between the two. Okay. Got a little flexibility in that. Okie dokie then. So we need to reduce this by... actually, I'm going to keep that plane size. I'm just going to remap that. And then I can remove 2 of these boxes. And then what I'll have to do is create a separate script. This is the day one. I don't need that one. So what I'll need to do, go this direction, is I'll create a separate script. I'll make a copy of this and rename this one to main grand. We'll just add one row of 6, 1R6. Like so. And then what I'll have to do is that's fine. All I need to do is remove 2 of these sections here. So 7 and 8. Just going to remove 2 lights. That. And we'll have to adjust it to the model itself, obviously. Okay, so this has 1 row of 6. And then we'll also take it out of here. Like so. So we'll only have the 6 lights. And then we'll actually spit this out as lights main grand underscore 1R6. Like so. So that'll be 2 distinguishing different 3DOs is all. The last 8 lights towards turn 1 are all 8 and spread farther apart. So there's more rows of 8 than there is of 6. Is that what you're saying? I'm still gonna make this anyway, just for the heck of it. We're already halfway through that anyway. Alright, so we can save that. That'll be a separate script. Now we'll just go ahead and model this bad boy. So we got, so the only thing I'm going to do here is just retexture. So I'm going to remove 2 of these boxes. So just like I did in the script, I can remove box 8 and box 7, and then just shift these based on how I retextured this here, using that same texture. So I'm going to open up my UV unwrap. I'm going to create a separate scene for this too. Alright, so all I'm going to do is just map that plane that represents the actual light fixtures to this spot instead of right here. Actually do it this way. So just move it over to here. Okay, so something like that. Now you kind of get the sensors. Now we'll have one with 6 fixtures on it as opposed to 8. Now it worked much the same way with the pole lights too, just to kind of give some clarity, I guess, as far as on how that would work. I can probably adjust this a little. Okay, pretty satisfied with that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and collapse all. There we go. Now we just got to adjust these 6 here. Which will also mean I'm going to need a probably a separate texture for the haze, at least. So it only has the 6, because the way I've got it represented on the haze for row of 8, let's see here. I took it out of there, that's right. Let's go to second here. So we got modeling, lights, light. So the way I've got the haze represented for the main grand, as well as the pole lights, it's it combinates for 8 lights. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I would probably need at least a separate texture for this. And I do have this already segregated out. So I got LI, 1 row of 8, so I can make a 1 row of 6. Which I think I've already got one made up, because that was from a previous design of a light. So that really wouldn't be a problem. So I think, I don't think I have that readily available though, unfortunately. But I couldn't get one though. I know I have one for, so that won't be that too hard. So that would probably be the only thing I would have to recreate or have separate, as far as an additional texture, is for that haze. Because to use the one for the 8 row, it probably wouldn't look right to me. Digging that. That'll work. I think for now, what I'll do is I'll just leave the row of 8 on it for the haze. So nothing's really changed. We haven't changed the size of it. The only thing we changed is how many lights actually show, fixtures actually show on this simple plane. So the actual haze and that is still going to be the same. So I'll keep it the same as, now the glow is going to be off. Bring the glow out here just to see how those look. So obviously it's going to have the 2 extra ones in here. Well, these are going to have to be redone. This is why I'm going to make a separate save for all that too. Alright, let's hide these boxes. In fact, I can probably group it and hide it that way. So let's do a group. Call this B box. Get them out of our way for the time being. Hide that, and then this one here, we'll ungroup it. And we'll have to get rid of at least 2 of these. We'll get rid of that one and that one. And then just shift the rest of them. Now we only got 6. Cool. So, you know, just showing the adjustability in this anyway. Very flexible model, I guess, as far as to be able to adjust it to whatever you want to do with it. In this case, we're just trying to make, and you can do much the same thing with the light poles, as far as the way those are designed. It does take a little bit, you know, to be able to get it. That you got to consider all the other fabricated pieces, like I've got the fabricated glow and the haze, but for the most part, pretty adjustable.
And now for something completely different.
Definitely get a chance to be able to spread these out a little bit, because I don't have the 2 in there. That was a straighter. Oh, I see what I did. Alright, so what I want to do, this one, just a tad. And give it a little bit of rotation on the ones that are off center, and not just come straight out. I could probably leave them straight, but from a previous design that I did for these, it looked better, because as far as when I had a little bit of angularity, I guess as far as to the ones that flank, I guess, the center one, for lack of a better way to put it. Gives it a little bit of, gives it a little bit of, send a few pics in Discord to me, Al. Okay. What about the scene? Oh, my bad. I forgot to bring that back over. Good grief. Y'all gotta keep me out of this. My bad. Yeah, so after I got max loaded there, you probably didn't miss too much. Hopefully you caught what I was saying. Basically, how much adjustability there is in this one here from having the 8 lights as opposed to the yeah, my OBS was minimized there, so I was totally forgot that I had switched scenes. This is why I'm running out of buttons here. When I push a button, I guess to be able to do something, on something else, I just forget that it does that. Glad you let me know, though. You didn't really miss too much, though. I was basically just... You might have caught it as far as more what I was saying, as far as... repositioning the bounding box as far as the point light to accommodate, I guess, as far as these new positions here for the 6 instead of 8. And then I'm just moving the glow. But what I was also mentioning is as far as how much adjustability there is in such a model. But to consider the way I've got these designed, you'd have to consider the way the glow is affected and the haze. It's not so much to just select, so you didn't get this chance to see, but all this glow that I created for the 8 are obviously not going to align with the 6 light fixture, so this is why it creates the necessity to have to adjust those. Alright. But I guess the other thing I was mentioning too, I like to add a little bit of angularity to these ones that flank the center. And I might have a little bit more on these than I need to, as opposed to having them straight on. You know, just straight out. This gives it a little bit more pizzazz, if you will. So having that on there, and then the actual light that emits with the haze that overlays that and so on, it just makes it look pretty cool. Okay, I think we're good with that. Let's see. Oh, that is pretty erratic there, isn't it? That might be a little too low. Even as I say that, I do think I got a little too much angularity in this one here, so I'm going to switch to... I don't want quite as much in there. Just a little bit. That's a little better. Seems really crowded on this side because there's 3 on this side, you got 4, and there's only 2 there, yeah. Okay. That's exactly how it looks here. It's more crowded on this side than it is that side. As far as the way the fixture is, anyway. Okay, so that's going to be our glows. Now we'll go ahead and Didn't have to rescale them or anything, so that's good. Let's go ahead and group those back up. And we'll call this glow. Alright, so that'll tell me I need to collapse that. Yeah, so for right now, what I'm going to do is just leave the haze the way it is. So even though it does represent 8 lights as opposed to 6, just leave it like that for now. I think what I will end up doing, is find that texture. I guess I had there. I could probably edit it as far as like that, but I already have one that's made. I just got to get that from a previous build of a row of 6 lights, and then just apply that to this version of the main grand. So that will create a necessary extra texture for a night version of the track, not necessarily a day version, because you've got these two different. But that's something to probably take into consideration too. Do you want to just make them all one size as far as one row, one applicable row as far as 8 or 6, or if you want to mix them up? Because it's going to, in some cases, like this one will require a different texture to be able to accommodate that size. So, may not be what you want to do, but because again, it all comes down to adding more poly and texture weight to the track overall. And anything in multiplicity, because we're going to be adding so many of these light fixtures in there, it might add more poly weight than we would like. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to keep that haze the way it is for now. But I am going to save this scene as a separate scene. So we'll have the one row of 8 and we'll have one row of 6 for the main grand. Okay, so I need to bring back our bounding boxes here and then ungroup those. And these should all be named the way they need to be. Cool. Now, unhide my name. We just got the glow and the haze. Just making sure. Okay, cool. Now we'll just save this scene as a separate one. So we got this one here for the one row of 8. I'm going to do this one as a one row of 6. That way I can refer to, I guess, to either one depending on which one I wanted to work with. Okay, so that's our starting scene for that. Let me do this. Well, this is all main grand. So other than the one row of 6 for the haze that I'll have to add to this one here, I can probably still just keep this all in one folder as far as main grand lights. I think that should be fine. Okay, I just don't want to get this too cluttered up, I guess, with stuff. If I can find a reason, I guess, to separate it, but I don't think I'll need to. Majority of these files will still be relevant for either scene. Okay. We're okay. Alright. So what I'll do from here, I'll create the 3ds for this deal. So select all. Keep everything but these two. Delete that out. Now we'll export this out. Yeah, that'll be fine. You know what? Let me check something here. That shouldn't matter. The boxes are what's going to be critical. Yeah, okay, we're good. Set and double check something. Go export. And we'll put this right into night, main grand, 3ds, and And then this one here, we're going to say, okay, so I am going to have to rename. Okay, so I will have, okay, this came to me what I'm going to have to do here. So I'm going to do this so that I don't step on that one. I need to add, much the same as the 3DO itself will be named. I'm going to go 1 row, 1 R6. So I am going to have to do a rename or do some adjustment into the script for this first version, which is not a big deal. Okay, that's 3DS for that. Yep, so we'll bring everything back. Let me go ahead and make the adjustment to that script while I'm thinking of it. Okay, that's for the pole. We don't need that one. So for our main grand, on this one I created here for the 1 row of 6, I need to rename lights main grand, and I need to add this here for what that pass name is going to be. This is going to be 1R6. Like so. And we already have our 3DO naming that way too. Sweet. Keep that open just for a second there. I'll have to save that probably. Okay. Good deal. Now I just need to get the glow and the haze. I'll go ahead and do the haze first because the glow's got a little bit more steps to it. Go to our items list, select all. Get the haze. Delete all that, keep the haze. And I'm going to export this out. How did I think of it if I do? Well, and I guess what I consider here, because I'm going to end up putting a different texture for this, I'm going to create a new 3DS. Because eventually I'm going to put a different texture to this, besides what it's currently using. So yeah. We're gonna do this. How do I want to do this? Segregate. So I put the 1R6. How do I want to do this? Do I want to put it on the tail end of that, or do I want to put it after the main? I think I want to put it after the main, so I'm going to do like this. Leave the haze isolated, so I'm going to do it. So, and I'll have to adjust this in the script as well. Oops, there we go. That 3DS. Yep. Bring everything back. This is going to keep everything segregated, I guess, as far as from the one that's represented as a 1 row of 8. Okay, now we'll isolate just the glow. And we'll do the same thing with the glow. So we need to ungroup it. Okay, now we got our individual pieces. Now we'll go ahead and collapse all that together. Did it. Reset the Xform. Because this is really the only one that we really adjusted the most, because the haze we kept the same, and the physical static light fixture itself. Really the only thing that we needed to actually adjust the Xform. Set select. And that's what we want to see. Cool. Collapse all. Hold yes. And then I'll rename this and spit that out. We'll do export, and then this one we'll do this one, only add 1R6 to it. So my method to my madness here for how I got this name kind of in lies with how I got this one here. So I've got this lights main grand one thing, so I've basically shortened it up here with just lie main one thing. So it's got the same naming conventions as I do the main structure, but I just reduced it. But I'm keeping the glow and the haze separate, so that's its own animal as far as to distinguish which one's what as far as it being a glow or a haze. That's the method to my thinking on it, just in case anybody was wondering. Okay, so spit that out as a 3DS. Plus, it's also going to make that as a totally separate 3DS in comparison to the original haze. So yep, so now I got my 1R6 for haze and glow, and then also my 1R6 for... Wait, where's my... Hold on. Oh, it's way down here. Oh, so it must be because of how it... Okay, I got you. So, I'm trying to figure out how I did that. Okay, so yeah, here's my main grand as far as the row of 8. Here's the row of 6. And then here's my row of 6 for glow and haze as well. Cool. Sounds good. So far, so good. Alright, so we're done in here. Don't need this anymore. Reset that. And get out of that. Got a lot of work for a lot of these lights, but you know, as far as we've gone this far, I guess as far as with trying things out. Now, whether or not we'll actually apply both sets of lights, I guess as far as that's still yet to be determined. We could probably get away with just using the row of 8 just fine without having too much of a problem. But if nothing else, just to kind of show how much flexibility there is in the model, the way it's designed, to be able to adjust it and make it, you know, a different conformity, if you will. Alright, so with those 3DSs created, you know, I went through all that, and I probably didn't really need to, but anyway, I thought it was probably a good point, I guess, to show how much flexibility there is in that. I think that was a fair point to show. But it also comes down to naming conventions, I guess, of things. Keeping them simplified and have them make sense so that you know what's going on with what. Especially once you... And not step on, I guess, the original piece that you had created is all. Alright, let me load up Max 5 again. We'll do one more compilation of a 3DO. Now that I think of this, I didn't create the day version. Juzzbutt, alright. I can probably do that right in Max 5. I should be able to do that pretty simply. Just didn't think of it to do it in Max 6. Give me just a second and get this thing loaded up. Alright, I'll make sure I switch my scene back over. Alright, y'all see that? Hopefully. Torch is the only one. Is Torch the only one that's going ham on that? Holy mackerel. I think I might have lost a few people at this point. That seems to be about, usually about after 4-hour mark. It seems to slow down a little bit. I've gotten pretty involved, I guess, in the things here so far. Okay. Oh, we almost got one right there. I saw that. Alright, so let's load up those 3DSs. And we need to navigate to that folder. Lights, night, main grand, 3DS. So we're looking for the ones that are the 1.6R. So we want to do this one for starters. Completely replace, do not convert. Okay. And we want to apply the texture just to... Oh, I hate when it does that. There we go. Apply our texture. No, not bricks. the heck's going on with the mouse? Alright, let's go main grand, 3DS, that texture. As long as we got our image alpha to it, it should be good to go. Alright, so our texture's applied. Looks good. Got our 6 bounding boxes. Yep, all the way from 01 to 06. That's good. Okay, we can spit this out as a 3DS. Pass file, my bad. Export. Modeling. Cache items. Main grand. Yes. And we need to select this down to pass. Now, go like this. Only thing different I'm gonna do here is just tag the 1R6. Just to differentiate the two. Okay, so there's that one. Delete everything in the scene. Import glow. 1R6 glow. Merge it. Change the texture. Yeah, I guess I did use the day one there, that's fine. It's the same texture across the both of them. That's what kind of what's nice about the way that's designed. So we're all good. Even though I did use the day texture, you know, for that, it's the same as the night one. I guess it doesn't really matter, but okay, so we need main grand. Yes, but I do need to come in here to get the glow. So that's the 1R6. And actually, I think I do got the wait, what did I do? Okay, so I guess I am applying 1R8. Now, there's really no difference between this and the haze. I guess that's probably another fair mention now that I go through this. So the fact that the glow, I don't think I showed that yet, has a different look to it. So this one has obviously the 8 distinguishable lights. The glow, even though it has the individual pieces for the glow, the texture, I can open this and show, it only has this. So it's just one singular deal. So it doesn't matter in this case for the way this glow is applied if I use this one or not. Definitely doesn't create a necessity to create a separate texture for that in comparison to the way the haze is done. So again, this is just for more clarity. So I can still use this same texture for glow, even though it is the initially assigned to the 1 row of 8, and I'm applying this to the 1 row of 6. I wouldn't want to create a separate texture for the 1 row of 6 because of the way this is. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply. Where did I go? So I gotta go to night. So it's just a matter of keeping the number of textures when necessary to a minimum. I guess is what I'm... So just like I was saying earlier, I could probably get away with just leaving that 1 row of 8 applied to that 1 row of 6 model, and you probably wouldn't be any the wiser. I kind of feel it might look a little weird though, I guess, as far as having 8 lights represented in that haze for the 1 row of 6. So it might create the necessity to have to create a separate texture to comply it with the 1 row of 6 design. Both of that don't make sense. So for this glow, we need this one here, right? That is the, yeah. And just as long as we got the image alpha, we're good to go. Apply it to the model and export that out. So we need that as a pass file. So right here, we're just gonna tag on underscore 1R6. Make that distinction between the two. Okay, so that's that one. Delete that out and import our haze. So we're going to use the 1 row of 8 for this, at least for initially here. That is the... Yep. Make sure we got our image alpha. Apply that physically to the model. That one's good to go. Yeah, so like, again, I don't want to sound like I'm repeating myself, but I probably am. The fact that this fixture that we're trying to apply this to has 6, this has 8. We'll probably end up replacing that with a different texture so it gives the appearance of the 6 lights being represented in the haze, right? For now, I'm just using it as a placeholder, if nothing else. But we all have that all segregated out so that it differentiates between the two different designs of that relatively same light fixture. Okay, so spit this out as a pass. Okay, so that one, and then just want to rename this. R6 haze. Let's spit that out. Cool. Now we got all those pieces. Now what I want to do is create a day version, non-emitting light. This is part that we can apply. That's in this conformity of 1 row of 6. We'll delete that back out. We'll import this one back in, and we'll just remove. We'll reapply the texture. I could have done this earlier, but it's okay. Instead of going back and forth between applying the same texture over and over again, but okay, so we want to apply that. See, I'm getting rid of these bounding boxes. I'm not worried about the texture being applied to that. We don't need them. This is going to be our non-light emitting version. I was going to do that in max 14, but I forgot to do that. So I can do it in here, no problem. Alright, so we'll go ahead and spit this out, initially as a 3DS, into our day folder. I want to step on our night one. 3DS. So just like I did previously, I'm going to change this to 3DS. I'm going to tag to the end of this 1 row 1 R6. Like so. I'll make my initial 3DS so I have that. Now I'll make my pass file. Okay, so much the same here. That should work. Cool. Now we should have all of our files, I guess, as far as to do this conformity of 1 row of 6 for the main gram. The only thing I should have to add, I got to make some adjustments to the script, that's right. So, part of the adjustment to the script, we renamed these pass files. So we need to tag in here 1R6 and both these other pass file references. So that, and on this one. Alright, so that should now be fully conforming, I guess, as far as what we're trying to do here. So save that. Now we'll need to put this script, this pass for our main structure for our 1 row 6. Then we need the haze. Make sure we get the pass file. 1R6 for haze, 1R6 for glow. That shall be neat. Everything else should already be in our Make 3DO directory. because we're already using same textures as we did for those. Cool. Now we can run the script for our light emitting object. So we'll go into command prompt. I'm gonna go ahead and just type this right in. I know it's gonna screw up my scene because by running out of buttons, if I push that button, it's gonna change the scene. So we'll do a -S. Oh, first of all, I gotta call up the Make 3DO application. Make 3DO. Tell it we want to take the script that is called lights underscore main grand underscore 1R6. .psg, and we have no other parameters to it. We should be able to spit that right out. So this is our initial model for the 1R6 that is light emitting. Okay, so that loads. So we're going to cut that out, put that into our deal here. There's our two different models that are using the same textures as the one that is 1R8. So that one's done. Now I need to move over to the one for the day version, non-light emitting. So that'd be main grand, yes. So we should have this pass file for that. And we'll put that into Make 3DO. It should ask me to overwrite. Yep, I want to do that. So we're keeping them the same name, and that's, again, just keeping it all conformity involved there. We're not trying to make one that's night, one that's whatever. Don't need to get that complicated with it. It's a simple swap of two different objects depending on if you're building a day version or a night version of a track. Alright, now we can run that through. Now we only can just run this through as raw pass file. Don't need a script for this. Alright, so Make 3DO. -P. Pass file, and then lights underscore main grand. And then underscore 1R6. And then make sure we use pass file. So we already include the Make 3DO to say it's looking for a pass file, so it'd have to be a pass file. No other parameters. Spit that out. Oops, I screwed up. Oh, what did I do? Name it wrong. Lights. Underscore. Oh, I spelled main grandstand. My bad. Typo. I see what I did. Alright, cool. You type it in. God, I want to do that. F8. Right, let's see if we can do that. Make 3DO. This is a simple typo. Oh, I want to use my F8 so bad. It's going to change my scene. Dang it, that's right. I need to fix that. I don't have any more buttons though, that's the problem. Make 3DO -P for pass file. Lights underscore main grand. Yeah, I just spelled that wrong is all I did. Okay. Yep, that's what I did. It's a simple typo. Underscore 1R6. Pass. Now this one should work. There we go. Simple typo. It's only going to do what you tell it to do, right? Alright, so we're going to take this one. Let's open this up initially. This is our non-light emitting, so that loads. That's good. Awesome. Now we'll go ahead and cut this out. Put this into here. This is our day version. This is what I want to bring over to the track edit folder. Okay, so now we should go copy. Bring this over to our track edit folder. This is what we were trying to get to. Paste that. Cool. So from this level here, it's actually pretty simple. Now, as far as creating it as a day track, this is all you're going to have. As far as these two, well, in this case now you have these three 3DOs and the one texture. We're pretty reduced, I guess. It gets a little bit more involved, obviously, when we have a night version, because you've got the fabricated glow and the haze and so on and so forth. Alright, so now let's go ahead and apply this to our track. So if we go to object placement, the moment we've been waiting for, see how this looks when we place it on our track. So we got the linear guide to kind of give us an idea of where this is to go right there. We'll do add track setup. This should be in alphabetical order. This is where the fruits of labor actually come to pass. So there's our light. I already know we need to put this at about a level 42 on the Z. And then should be able to just drag this over. Now, I want to be careful because I want to get the other one out of there. I want to get this one that we previously placed there out of there. And put this row of 6 in place. There we go. And let's see how we look. Ta-da! So we got our one row of 8 and one row of 6. So 6 and 8. Doesn't really make much difference there, but you can definitely tell from the picture reference as we showed earlier. This one definitely has 6, and that one has 8. I think the spacing is still a little bit off, maybe a little bit, but we, like I said, we can probably fudge, you know, the position of these. We can move these, you know, spread these out a little bit more if we need to. Not a big deal. We get that spacing, but now we've got the two different versions of lights. I was really hoping to get some of these lights replaced here. We're already going on 5 hours. I mean, it was a lot of stuff that we went over, I guess, as far as to show what's involved with creating such what would seem to be a pretty simple object. Got that little bit of flex there, I guess, as far as in the geometry. It's probably not as severe in the game itself, like that flex there in the corner going through the dog leg, but this is some of the breathing that we mentioned that you have to compensate for, I guess, as far as in creating the 3D model pieces and so on. So obviously up close there, it's going to be much less of a problem as opposed to further away. But definitely when you're further away, it doesn't really cause that much of a problem. So from this angle, you can see how much that flexes just that little bit there. It's crazy. So as much as I hate to admit here, I'm not going to spend another 2 hours on stream at least to try to get some of these lights replaced, you know, put in place here. I'm starting to get hungry, and when I get super hungry, I get cranky, and I'm sure you probably don't want to witness that. But at least, if nothing else, you can kind of get an idea of what we've got going on here as far as like that. So between now and next stream, we should have something to show for placements of lights, be it in the form of the poles and the lights on the main grandstand, and then be able to test out what's going on with the track overall. What I will do, just to kind of satisfy not finishing this up, is we'll at least go into the track, because we do have some new items that were applied. That Torch was so diligently, I guess, as far as being able to apply to that, all that infield items and whatever. We want to be able to see how it looks in the game, so I definitely want to show that off. I'm gonna go ahead and save this scene, this track. The way we got it, we got the two different versions of the light from the main grand, so that's cool. So don't worry, just when you think everything is over with here, I still want to show that off. I am probably gonna need to take a bio break. That's for sure. You want to do that at least. So let's go ahead and save this track with all of our limited amount of adjustment that we made here. And Torch, much like the same time last time, I should say, not same time, as the infield lights that I did. I will get this PTF and the new items for the light fixtures to you once I'm done. Hopefully I will get done between post stream and tomorrow, and we can go from there. I definitely want to check out this deal here with the victory lane as far as the shadow. I see that geometric aspect that you applied there. I want to definitely check that out, as well as everything else going on in the infield and on the pit road and so on. You're gonna work on the infield, people? Nice. What do you call them? Poop. No, I said bio break. Bio break. Alright, so what I need to make sure that I do is I got all the stuff that you initially did, at least, in the game track directory. So let me assume that I know one thing that I kept a mental note of. I need to get that outer grounds. I don't think I had that proper one in there. For that Texas outer ground. I need to get that over to the main track directory. I know I got everything else besides that, but I know that's about the only issue that I think we had when we were showing that earlier. So let me get that confirmed. I'm gonna do this on the other screen. Torch. No, it would just be number one. Just number one. Yeah, because we've been doing. Y'all been doing all that drinking with the bot. I think it just, yeah, made me had to go. I'm gonna check this out here real quick. Let's see here. So I want to go to. I'm doing this all on my other monitor real quick just to see. Get this moved over. So go track. I got some new things to show, just like I mentioned earlier. Racer James was kind enough, I guess, as far as to redo. It's at least a beta, and Racer James can feel free to elaborate. I did apply that to my game, so I'm kind of curious to see how those look. So that's something else I'll be able to show in the game. Get there, so there's that. Here. Just a lot of busy work, just making sure I got those all the files in there. I need to make sure that PTF is in there too. Not mine. I'm not going to put that one in there. I'm going to put what Torch had sent me previously with all his updates. Outer. Copy that. That moved over. Make sure that's good, and then also the PTF. I was hoping I was able to get a majority of the lights actually placed in there. Obviously there was a lot more stuff that we went over, I guess, as far as the construction of such lights. So hopefully a lot of good information, at least anyway. There is the video that's on the YouTube, and I posted that, ! lights. That will give you a video, I guess, as far as it gives you more of a summarize. Much the same thing that I went over on stream today. So if you want to be able to check that out at your leisure, I guess to be able to learn a bit, have something in archive, I guess, as far as to be able to highlight and summarize what we just went through today, that's, feel free to check that out. PTF. Copy this bad boy over. Need to back up. Actually, I can probably show you most of this process here. It's kind of busy work, but it's still relevant. Just so you can see what's going on. Oh, we need feedback? Oh, absolutely. We can definitely do that. So it'll be a first look for me. I got all that, and obviously, I'm assuming... maybe you can fill me in too. Does it? It doesn't obviously adjust, I guess, as far as the series main backs, right? because those are specific for each series, as far as for each mod, you know, as far as be it Manx and whatever. So I'm assuming, yeah, those weren't in there, so those will probably be something else that'll have to be adjusted too. So those will probably still show the monster energy colors once I get in there. Okay, so there's the PTF. I'll have all that included. Nice. Very nice. Hopefully you'll do it in much the same format that you had previously. I think that was pretty cool. And you'll see once I go into the game there. So the fact that it accommodates the one that has the removed splash logo, as far as the Enter 2003 logo, and it uses up. They have a much bigger. Yeah, I think you know what I mean. Let's see. I need to rename this, but I need to back up the original PTF here. There it is. Need to rename this. I probably got other backups in here, so. That's fine. So I'm just gonna go ahead. That's fine. So we just want to get that out of the way. So all these backups in here, these are all from previous backups, you know, so that when we fly in there, once we know it's all good, I just haven't purged them yet. These are all PTFs. So once we confirm or whatever that the PTF loads the way it's expected, then we don't need those anymore. Like I said, I haven't purged them. Where the heck did that? Oh my goodness. There's our new PTF right there. So I'm gonna copy name of our track, rename that PTF so we can actually load in the sim. Rename this. Alright, now we're all renamed. We got all the items that we need in there are swapped out that Texas. That's the only one that I noticed that there was an issue. All the other files are already in there as far as the updated stuff there, so it should load. No problem based on this new PTF that I just applied. If it don't, then obviously we made a boo-boo somewhere. Let me go ahead and initially load this up here, and then before I go any further with that, after I get it, make sure it initially loads, I need to take a potty break. It's been almost 5 hours with no potty break. Alright, so let's load this up. So yeah, I still got that one there. So yeah, these screens here, obviously would probably be another adjustment here. I want to see what else you got in here with this beta menu update. So let's go initially to testing, and we're testing out this. From what I gather from Cosmos Groups, from Splash and Go as we know them, they've got this 2021 mod that's being. If they haven't released it already, I guess as far as out there, they will be probably soon, and that's what we've been testing the track on quite a bit. And then primarily the main adjustment to this 2021 mod is the Camaros, as far as the way the tail end and the nose were redesigned between 2020 and 2021. So prior to the next gen mod, if we see one that does come out, Cosmon's taking the approach, I guess, as far as to at least make a semi-fresh version of the Gen 6. So that's what we've been testing with. So it's a very detailed mod, and the fact that the amount of detail that's in it, how it balances very nicely, I guess, as far as with the mod and the track, it's shown pretty good promise there. Let's go into testing mode. Oh damn! That's flashy. Now is that just my eyes, or is that supposed to be meant like it's like wind? Is that what that's supposed to be? Yeah, so playing the tire squeal. We're gonna be getting to doing that in just a second here. Yeah, so food time for you? Yeah, it's gonna be food time for me pretty soon here too. I need to take a bio break real quick before I do some racing on this thing. We can check some things out. Checkered flag font. Okay, so this is what it's intended to look like. It just looked kind of a little bit funky. I guess in a way it looked like it was distorted. That's why I don't know if that was intended. This is pretty neat. I'm digging this layout. So I think we already showed last week. We do have some new imagery, I guess, as far as for the track selection for this build. Torch applied those last week. I think I was able to show those. This goes really well, I guess, as far as with this layout. So these are just a first-hand look, I guess, as far as the Spline Design Studios Enter 2003 menu update. Pretty cool. Alright. Assembling matrix. Oh, you changed the reticulating splines. I kind of like the reticulating spines. So now you got an assembling matrix. That's funny. That's funny in a good way. I don't know if anybody picked up on that, but I thought that was kind of assembling matrix. Yeah, so check this new menu out, folks. This is pretty neat. Yeah, so all these were applied last week. So I applied this new camera angle here because I've been working on recreating the flags, animated flags for the victory lane. Still haven't been successful on that just yet. So it gives you a little bit of information here. Some of this information still needs to be adjusted as far as the track record and so on. Let's see if this will load. So the track initially loads. That's good. So we can get into the car. Sweet. So in testing mode, at least it works. Awesome. Very cool. Very nice. So I take it these have been updated there too. Pretty cool. Yeah, these are part of. I think these are part of the widgets, aren't they? Yeah, I think these are part of the widgets, if I remember right. So yeah, it's got the updated deals for that. Awesome. So let's check out race. Oh yeah, you can definitely tell. It's got more of a. How do I want to say it? As far as like a gray effect to it, as far as like a black and white. This is pretty standard, you know, modernized, I guess, as far as the way a lot of games are. Wreckfest comes to mind, I guess, when I think of that. It's very simplified graphics, but it kind of stands out. Pretty cool with that built-in animation that Pyrus had, I guess, as far as with the animated backgrounds. You can obviously turn those off, but it looks pretty cool. Let me check out testing mode. Or single race, my bad. So if nothing else, what I'll do... Yep, so same menu, sweet. 41 cars. 42 in total, including our own self. I do have the wind applied. You can see all the flags were waving. That's the only reason why I put that on a 2 mile an hour. So load that. This assembling matrix, though, that's really cool. It's different. I'm going to miss the reticulating splines, but... Yeah, pops. There's the word. Monochromatic. Yeah, that's probably another good word to use. Monochromatic. Yeah. But it pops, too. It definitely stands out. Alright, so far, track loads with race. So what I will do for now, I'll leave this on BRB. Second here. Who's on the track yet? I'll let you all watch practice here while I take a potty break here real quick. Who's out on track? Give me a car on track. There we go. Sweet. Let me blow this up. And y'all can watch a little bit of practice while I take a potty break. I'll be right back. And we'll do a little bit of racing here. Track is looking good so far. Don't go nowhere. Man, y'all making me hungry with all that taco and drink and jeez, oh Pete. Alright, so practice seems to be running pretty good so far. Kind of curious to see how this is going to work. Here, let me do this. I'm going to turn off the musics so I can hear all the sounds, I guess, as far as in the sim itself. I probably should have did that prior to that. I just had to go so dang bad. That was next to 5 hours worth of built up bathroom time. I need to refresh this, that's for sure. Uno momento. So, Torch, you can reiterate. I think you had mentioned to me, I guess you're still working on refining the LPs. I think you mentioned that. I don't want to be steered wrong, but I think that's what you mentioned. Okay. What I want to do while they're still in practice here, I might have to start practice here. I need to move some things over here too. If you hear a little bit of clunking and banging around, I'm just getting the wheel moved up. I tried to do this without... Like, I did clean the studio quite a bit, and it's helped quite a bit. Clean it quite a bit, and it's helped quite a bit. Ooh, that one car was on the apron there, so... Like he had a puff of smoke there. Alrighty then. Need a dust in here. Yeah, I definitely did a little bit. It still needs some work, that's for sure. Oh, look at them all crowding up there. Got some tight racing there. If you see, oh, if there was a wreck there in turn 3 there. It seems to be a Calamity Corner. Saw some skid marks in there. I know it wasn't from me. couple more adjustments here. We'll be ready to go check this. So I think I'm gonna restart practice just so I can use that time, I guess, to should have really done testing, but I wanted to be able to really test the track as far as with more cars loaded. Like I said, this is a very detailed mod, so the fact that the track doesn't crash the desktop, even at this level here, as far as just watching practice, see how this responds, I guess, as far as when we load ourselves in here. Yeah. Huh, timed out a scolding. Oh my goodness, yeah, he did. He's super grumpy now. Okay, what we want to do. How much more time we got in practice? Oh, we got a little bit. Cool, so we can be able to drive around here for sure if we have much time, man. So let's go take a look. Oh, we got the helicopter still flying a little funky. Still needs some attention on that helicopter there. Wait a minute, why do we got monster energy in here? What the heck?
Pit road speed 45.
How did we get monster in here? I don't have monster. What the heck? I need to check that one. I think some of my textures are out of whack. This monster energy comes through. What the heck? I know you did send me the hauler that has the updated. I don't know why that's in there.
Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear.
I'm gonna go around just on the apron here. I'm gonna check out the infield. Oh man, those gears are so tall. Oh, James had a note. Let me know if you have any issues. Hey, no problem there, James. So far, it looks pretty good. Like that menu update. I was glad I was able to show that off. I'm liking it so far. Hopefully, continue with the progress on that. Definitely understand you gotta
go hard.
Dude's already smoking, did he? He hit me? Yeah. What are you talking about? Acrobatic hell? What's he talking about? I need to double check, at least, like I was saying, that the Cup Series hauler. I'm gonna go into the infield here real quick. I still got enough time.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle man number 2500 second gear.
Can't go in that one, even though it gives you the impression you can. Got the lights that were added last time, so you can go into the Fixture. I want to see the shadow. Shadow. I go to. See, I'm not getting the shadow. Move the gauges on. I have no shadow. I do have shadows on. I'm trying to confirm here. See, there's a shadow. I'm not getting shadow. That still seems to be the case there. Now, I put in the new PTF. Y'all saw it. And I saw the geometric change made to the this area. But the fact that I'm still not seeing shadow. So if you're trying to do what I think you were doing there, Torch, there's still a model here, and the model's not going to allow for shading, you know, or shadows, I guess, as far as I'm applied to it. So I don't think that's going to work that way. So you can definitely see I got car shadow there, but when I go onto the actual model ground, which I think it's a TSD, maybe it is a model. In either case, it's not going to cast shadow, unfortunately. Yeah, Chopper's still doing some he's trying to be fancy.
Good job, day 2, bud. Alright, I'm out of here.
I guess that's so. So we want to check out. Yep, so we got the garage signs, the fencing that I showed earlier, so that's all relevant. So this one here, I need to figure out. I know I've got the non-monster energy. I don't know why that's showing up. I didn't copy it over properly. Oh, I guess that's over with. we're gonna go ahead and start practicing. Okay. I got some things I still want to check out. Backwards.
Pit road speed 45.
He's gonna yell at
Man
me, but
number
it's okay.
2500 second gear.
I want to check out all these things here, and
Okay, bud, race is over.
don't worry
Tell
about
me
it.
what you're doing, buddy.
Oh, can't go in that one. That's one of them you can't go in. My bad. My fault. There's only the one opening that is accessible, and that's right there by Victory Lane. Yep, see, I got yelled at. Alright, so the fact that I know I got the right PTF in here, the fact that we got the infield fencing, got the garage area signs. That's actually pretty cool. The way that is. That's fancy. Okay, so nothing on the screen yet. Yeah, so the only thing I see that's out of line here is the Cup Series hauler. I'll have to check that out. That's probably just a issue on my end as far as getting proper things moved over. I know you did send me one. Sure. So yeah, you got these garage area signs. So this one's for the Xfinity. The other side is for the now what I find comical, maybe this is part of what's going on here. They got the Cup Series hauler over on the Xfinity garage area. I don't know if that's what they do in actuality, but that's what I know. Yeah, it's probably on my end, like I said. As far as to have the right, I know you sent it to me, so I probably have it. It's just a matter of getting it in there. You sent me those other screens, I guess, as far as for the. Those probably aren't going to show properly, I guess, as far as on there, because I'm missing those 2 frames. It's going to show the frames for the previous set. The only thing. So yeah, get a really better look at the fencing. We got the pit signs here. That's something else that was new that we showed in Sandbox, and we can get to see it in. And Torch made a point to mention to me these way the gates or the fencing's done on these here. They do have they're on rollers as far as the gates to close the gates to these areas here that the fans can come in and out of. So that's part of the reason why they tend to overlap, I guess, as far as the actual signs. That's probably one way to accommodate how that works.
Clear to the wall.
We don't have a lot going on
All clear, go hard.
in the infield, I guess, as far as on this practice round here. We got a few buses and stuff like that, but hence, I think this needs to be lowered a little bit. Yeah, so there's some items in the infield that are kind of floating a little bit. There might be some minor adjustments, I guess, as far as to some of the objects in the infield. As I pointed out, some of the campers earlier while looking at it in Sandbox. I mean, just very, very minor stuff. But that's a little bit of a tour, I guess, as far as the... You can go through these. These are not collidable. That's probably fair. I was just trying to take it, I guess, as far as how you would. So you can't go through that one. There's the shadow again. Yeah, so I'm not sure what approach you were trying to do. I get what you were trying to do, but having this object or the TSD for the ground here, it's not going to allow for shadow. So unless you were to make an F section that has the checkered pattern for the ground area for the victory lane, that's about the only way you'd be able to get shadow, I guess, to show. And it's not really that big of a deal, being able to get the shadow to show there. It would kind of give it more realism, but it's not a game breaker. It's not a breaking deal. It's a little bit of texture adjustment that can be applied to, and that's probably on my end, because I did create this original texture for victory lane. So there is some, it's not really bleed, it's just the way the magenta kind of gets into the black areas. I kind of showed that texture before, so I would need to clean up that texture to get rid of some of that magenta fallout, I guess, as far as onto the black. Why in the heck is that? Yep. Okay. Check something. Oh, I lost a gear already. Really? Which gear did I lose that? Was that first gear? First gear. I broke first gear. Yeah, so you get the chance to see too, I guess, as far as the scaling that we applied to the lights in comparison to the ore wagons and the car, as far as the height, how we determined all that. Very neat. Alright, I got here. Yeah, so I don't think it hurt anything, I guess, as far as to apply that F section there, like you had and we witnessed as far as the sandbox, but it's not going to accomplish, I guess, being shadow there. Let's look at the rest of. Let's go to. Oh, so I want to get on this view, check out how. Well, that sun's going to be in our eyes a little bit, but. See how nice and smooth all these are now. Really good. So no matter which stall that you end up qualifying in, what I do notice, yeah, it's just something that I always get OCD about. So the fact that the lines here, the timing lines here on here, they should butt up to that outer edge. Pit stall. Oh. So I've always gone through in builds and whatever and make sure all those line up, or nice and flush with both the outside and the inside line. This one's not too bad. That one's pretty good there. And like, and this is just really nitpicky stuff. It's not really big deal breaker, I guess, as far as I know. But see how much space there is in between, and those should butt up. Those are all painted lines. There shouldn't be any gaps. Turn there. So this one looks pretty good. So as far as from either side, I like to go down so this one overlaps a little. This one overlaps quite a bit, and in a lot of cases it's going to look really different. You know, I was showing how the track likes to breathe when you're in sandbox, so it's going to look different in the game as compared to that. So laps quite a bit. So some of these lines you almost have to come in individual. Well, this is a lot. Holy crap. So yeah, some of these adjustments would need to be made to each line independently to get it to just be on the one edge. Sorry. Leaving skid marks all over the place. So let's try it out. Oh, Halo! And that dude's away. Sorry about that guy. He's trying to do a test run here. All on his way. Yeah, let's see, these overhang. Or on me. There you go. Yeah, so this one's not too bad. A little bit of adjustment. But I guess hopefully you get the point. Just to make those nice and clean, I guess, as far as like that, with everything, the way everything else is done. Just to clean those up there, each one of those lines would adjust it. So there's a little bit of overhang on that one. That's a little bit short. That was not too bad. That was a little overhang. Usually the way I go about is like I'll take a snapshot in testing mode and just, you know, kind of get an idea. And if I go from like helicopter or whatever, so I can tell which line is what, and then just go one line at a time as far as which way it needs to go. If it longer, shorter, whatever the case may be. These aren't actually too bad down here. There's a little bit of overlap on these. Anyway, that's getting really picky, but it's like that's with as much detail that's in that, you have to kind of fight the fact the way the track is drawn in Sandbox in comparison to say in the game itself. And again, because of all that breathing, quote unquote breathing that it likes to do. So other than that, everything looks pretty solid. Now, we ready to do some racing? I don't know how many people we got left in here that's interested. I know Racer James was probably sticking around, I guess, as far as to see what my thoughts were on. So far, what I'm seeing with these menus, it's pretty solid. Like it. Digging it. Hopefully, it continues with the progress of that. I think the one thing that sticks out to me more is the assembling matrix, as far as when it's loading in the track. That's pretty. Alrighty then, so we're gonna start from the back, and you can already tell.
Drivers, to your car.
Just barely, and we'll be able to tell even better, I guess, as far as once we watch it post race. But the screens that are on the big house there, you can tell that those two frames that are off there, you can tell when it transitions, I guess, from that to. It's very noticeable. Okay. Alright, so yeah, so we'll sit you right back. So we're gonna go ahead and just start the race. And let's catch some racing when you get back. At least we get to see what everything that has been added as of late, or mostly to the infield, but also the updates to Speedway Club and the Outer Ground. Saw how those were applied, I guess, as far as by Sandbox. So just to see how the track responds, latest changes. So starting here mostly from the back here, we're hovering just under 100 frames. Kind of fluctuates back and forth, but you can definitely get a sense of the new frames that are on the big hoss. See if you can pick out, I guess, as far as the frames that don't exist. I know it was very noticeable to me. But the way, as fast as they go through there, you may not even notice if you're not really paying attention. Alright, let's see how this race starts off. So I've been...
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice push it.
Some of y'all probably noticed the way the next-gen cars, the way the schemes are being presented by some of the teams. The fact that the numbers so much farther forward than they have been. I don't know how I feel about that. There's a lot of empty space between that and the actual, the rest of the scheme. I don't know if that's going to change prior to the actual start of the season. And give these guys a lot of room. Oh man, he slowed up.
Outside, still up there.
Oh damn! Oh, I knew that was coming.
4. 3.
Oh man, he slowed a lot in that dog leg.
7. Yellow's out. Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line. All the way to the line.
I'm gonna go ahead and restart that. Yep. So obviously a little bit of adjustment needs to be done with the AI. They don't like brake check. They just slow down like, quite a bit. They tend to freak out there in that section. But usually, if you give them a little bit of a room, as far as not getting into them like I did like that, after You know, a couple laps they're usually pretty. It's kind of interesting how they do the rookie stripes on these Gen 6 cars. You definitely tell the difference with the new frames on the Big Hoss, though, in comparison to what was there. Very noticeable, I guess, as far as which one's missing, though. I'll get those post-stream. I want to check out that NASCAR hauler, too. The only other thing that I see that's a little bit off on my end. I think out of the one batch of team haulers in that, I think that's where Torchhead made his. Probably didn't get copied over properly.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll watch in front of you.
Simple texture swap.
Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready.
We got the fencing that's on the grandstands, the railing. That's probably another thing to mention that was added last week. Slow down some. You definitely get a sense of the railings that are on the grandstands. Something else was added, like I said, last week. Oh, that wasn't me.
Caution's gonna be out.
That's Calamity Corner, turn 3.
All the way to the line. You got a wreck down the back stretch.
Wasn't me this time. Seems to do that no matter how well you do the LP
Hit road's
file.
closed. Hit road's closed.
Not sure, really sure why. I mean, when I turn on, let me see this. I turn on the R here. You don't really see erratic.
Go ahead, you caught up. 46.
Up until you get to like turn 1 here.
6. 3. Stay behind.
Oh man, Chase got clobbered there.
Got the defender on it.
Holy smokes. Chase got clobbered on the right side. Oh, both sides. Ouch. It's a big owie. You know, something I think about are on the topic as far as how much they slow down in the dog leg here. I don't know if the checkpoints for the qualifying positions, all of that has been redone.
1 minute 0.6 3 1.
Yeah, so there's those checkpoints there. I don't remember if those got. Not that that should really have any bearing in how they navigate through there, but could be. So there's certain items like that in the INI that affect AI behavior. So we don't necessarily get to see them qualify, say for example, but they don't have a means to be able to tell where the checkpoint is that they have to pass through for a lap, for example. Then that could be part of the problem. It might not be so much the LPs.
Stay behind. 23.
Can I stay behind him? Okay. Oh, get your butt moving. So he must be on the tail end of the lead. Listen. See, it's actually showing I need to pass him. What the heck?
Stay behind. 23.
Interesting. So he must be like on the tail end of the lead lap. Let me see. He's on the tail end of the lead lap. Yeah, he's like a lap down. Yep. Okay. Oh, this must have been the way the running order was at the time of caution. Fair enough. Probably had me passed prior to the caution.
9.7.
That's the way it's scoring.
0.
Yeah. Track condition lights, as far as caution lights, those are all in effect. Lots of stuff. Pretty noticeable. Hopefully you can get a sense of the new screens on the big boss. What are you laughing at? As far as I'm getting out of my way? He's being a slowpoke. I don't know how far behind might be there, Torch. I know checking my end here, it might be a good 5 seconds. Maybe a little bit more. I found I had to refresh the actual stream, I guess, as far as to get it up to date, refreshed.
Leave one to go right here.
Yeah, as far as they're running into. Y'all being slow. At least you get a little bit of sense of where the frames are at with all this detail loading, starting from the back. So obviously from the front, it wouldn't probably be as much. So the fact that it's got to load all the cars in, I got the drawing distance set to 100%. I'm gonna catch all the cars all the way ahead, as far as how many drawn ahead. Really testing out where the track itself, as far as all the poly and texture we applied to it. And this is a very detailed mod. I can't emphasize that enough. The damage models alone, I guess, are probably just as detailed as the actual cars themselves. So, the fact that we haven't been able to get as many the outer light fixtures that get supplied there, that's going to add additional weight. Probably sense. So that's going to be another really good test. So we'll be working on that between now and next stream.
Get ready. Great.
Alright, Bubba, you're going too slow.
1.9, 6.
Later, Bubba.
Outside.
Oh, he's still trying to race me.
Clear. He's not on the lead pad. Outside.
I know he's not. I'm trying to get around him. He's not letting me, though.
Outside.
Later, Bubba.
Clear.
Oh, they slowing up. Yep.
32.
You know, something else I think of too, you might have to play around with maybe the slip curve a little bit in the I9, so it's mostly probably I9 adjustments.
One inside.
Probably check out the slip curve as far as how much track that they actually use, I guess, to get around the corner.
One inside.
And anything that's not straight.
Clear.
Sometimes playing around with that a little bit helps. Maybe they won't slow up quite so much in here.
10 to go next time. 10 to go next time. 5 seconds. 32.
If you give them room, they're actually pretty racy.
8. Inside. Still there. Still there. Still there. Say hi. Clear low.
Later. See, they even scraped the wall a little bit. That's pretty neat going into turn 1. It's actually pretty neat. They just kind of brushed the wall. A little bit of sparks. They tend to stay more on the low end here in the backstretch.
Clear low.
That's one thing I noticed too. Be able to ride this out without a caution holder. Maybe in a few spots, not a whole lot. Yeah, see, they stay low on the back stretch there.
Inside. Clear.
Pretty racy though, that's for sure. Oh crap.
Outside.
A little momentum here.
Third high.
Straddling that PJ1.
One inside.
Is it Benedito? That's Benedito, yep.
At your door.
Kind
Clear.
of pulling on.
One inside.
Oh god, he's coming up strong.
Clear low.
Pass me, will ya? Oh crap. Oh crap. Ooh, that was close.
1-7.
Oh my goodness. That was
Wide. Clear. Inside. Still there. Up top 3 wide. Inside. Clear. Inside. Clear. Inside. Clear low. Inside. Clear. Five to go. 31.
I'm gonna ride us out. 5 to go.
6, 0.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh no.
One inside.
Oh, he slowed up way more than I needed
Caution's
to.
gonna be out.
Crap.
All
That's
the way
gonna
to the
finish under
line.
caution.
All the way to the line. Clear.
It's probably
Got
totally
a
on
couple
me.
cars stuck on the bottom here in turn 2.
He didn't carry as much momentum as I did going into that corner.
One inside.
Yeah, it's just these little minor things, I guess, as far as, you know, the AI. They're not quite perfect, I guess, as far as to take advantage, I guess, of everything the track has to offer, for example.
41.2. 8. 3. Caution's out. Caution's out. Go
Let's
ahead and
see.
get caught up.
It's gonna
Stay
call
behind.
caution.
23. My main pit road will be open this time.
I didn't really cause any damage to my car. I'll probably just finish under caution, though. It's only gonna have like 3 or 4 laps to go. Yeah, I think the track is running pretty well, even with
40.
getting into a wreck, whether you start yourself or if you witness a wreck by the AI. There's really not that significant a drop in frames at this stage. That's saying quite a bit. So I got a couple things to check post fact here as far as the NASCAR Cup hauler, which I think is the Truck NAS. I'll have to look at that. And that's about it. Everything else should be pretty much updated. On my end, at least. AI not being responsive. Function of the platform. Function of the platform, isn't it? Or mod? No, not the mod at all. It's basically the way the track INI, and in combination of either track INI or the LPs, which control, it kind of tweak, I guess, on the AI as far as the LPs. So there's a lot of factors, I guess, that also car ratings. I could also imagine this car set. I haven't looked through this car set. Car ratings is going to have an effect on how the AI respond too. I don't know. I don't know how these cars are rated. So if they tend to be rated like all, you know, 40, 80 on the max, and I can go into the opponent manager to kind of show that, just to kind of get some clarity for myself too. It may not. That may be what's causing that too. So there's a lot of factors like car ratings, the way each car is rated. It could be the LPs and or the track INI, the way any one of those combinations of items, for example, can affect how they behave. So I think that's what I'm looking at next. I haven't really looked at this car set that comes with this 21 mod. R-rated. It might be pretty erratic, I guess, as far as they're probably meant to be adjusted. All right, last lap. Just let it just ride out. I'm gonna turn off best lap. So that lap, that line that I had on there, that's what they call the S line. That is reflective. That is reflective of the actual race line. So that's what the AI will tend to race for the most part. That is the one that they'll go to. Now, when they sense each other, I guess as far as closing in on each other, how far they veer from that line, what determines, that's the other two lines, the max and the min race. Will determine which lane they go to based on, you know, the condition of their own cars, for example, and or how much the car is rated to say, yeah, I got more than this guy ahead of me. It's like there's a lot of things that are built in. This is what makes it such a great sim. Even this time. So building anything from scratch like that, you're definitely bound to get to see some of these problems. It's not going to be like you're going to be able to slap it in from a track. It's like, well, it's the same, you know, design, I guess, of another track. That doesn't always work that way. Every track has its own animal, I guess, as far as, especially when it's completely scratch built. Even though it might be in the likeness or in the similarity, I guess, as far as another build, doesn't mean you can put the same values to it for the track to respond in this. Alright, so we'll be able to come into the pits. We have that first stall coming in. Let's see, I run crazy cars. They slow down in the dog leg. You mean in actuality? I've never really watched race. Why aren't they not pitting?
Pit road speed 45.
Balls.
There you go, man. Number 2500 second
I
gear.
don't know why they're still lapping.
Remember, just get it stopped square where the sign is.
Race is over. Oh, maybe I needed to finish the checker. Well, whatever. I guess I needed to take the actual checker. That's what they're doing. Anywho, so what I want to do next year, as far as just to kind of humor, 15.3. Nice stop, guys.
Yeah, we got to get a little bit better.
That's something else that I'm kind of curious to see. How fast the pit stops are going to be with this next gen car. Execute parsing with many. Yeah, definitely a lot of if-then type stuff. So if you know some simple programming, you know, as far as if-then, if this happens, you know, so on and so forth, like the limp LPs, you know, as far as the max, panic, things like that, as far as like when they're broke down or they sense another car's broke down, how they respond. You know, there's that aspect too. So we should have a track win. That's been added since last week too. Ryan Priest, what the heck? Yeah, that tells me right there that these cars aren't probably rated very well. So we get the windscreen. That's a part of the beta update to the menus, I guess, as far as I'm. Gotta play the music though. Oh, you just had to play it. I mean, it's too awesome not to play. Especially, you know, we haven't been able to have that go to that scene because you didn't previously had the TRK wins screen. So it just automatically defaulted, I guess, as far as to the setup screen right here. So now that we have that, obviously it would invokes that. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at I was mentioning here. Let's go ahead and turn on some background music. We're gonna close things up here. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of fun. We were able to at least see what where the track is at with the newest updates to it. We'll have plenty more for next week as far as with the outside lights. Let's take a look at the opponent manager though. See how these cars are rated. Alright, so in this 2021 mod, we can take a look at the ratings. Okay, so they do have some levels of rating, but I think some of these cars aren't probably rated very well. The fact that a Ryan Priest won, he's kind of an underdog. Not saying it isn't possible for him to win, alright? But it kind of tells me a little bit of a, you know, what's going on with the ratings of the cars. So some of these are pretty low. But the fact that on Speedway, he's got a pretty low rating, I guess, on Speedway. Yeah, so it could very well be somewhat the ratings of this particular car set that we're using too, just by looking at that one car. So let's take a look at another car. So some of these other cars, like Ty Dillon, that's someone we've tangled with. Let's see what the car ratings are for that. Yeah, some of these ratings here for the Speedway are pretty low. So the way these ratings go, they go anywhere from 0 to 100. So just as I look at some of these ratings here, they're actually set pretty low. And that might be why we're getting the erratic behavior that we do, especially through the dogleg. So probably what would help a lot as far as to rate these higher to 100. I mean, not to put it at 100, but closer to 100 on a lot of these, especially for Speedway. So there's settings in here for specific tracks. So the fact that Texas that we're running on is a Speedway, and I'm seeing a lot of these, even looking at these first couple of cars, these ratings are pretty low. Let's take a look at, say, Alex Bowman. The ratings on him, same thing. It looks like it almost has the same ratings for every car. Is what I'm noticing a pattern here, and that's probably not a good thing. You want to have some separation of the car ratings on it. So the way the game is reading this, for example, everybody's running the same way, which means they're going to run really slow going through areas like the dogleg. So these ratings on the car are more the culprit, I guess, as far as the way they're probably being erratic and slowing down in such areas as the dogleg. If we were to increase at least the Speedway properties here, say like put this up to like a 40 and maybe closer to like an 80, probably wouldn't see that. But I think it's really going to depend on how much you rate, how well you rate the cars. Yeah, so this one's, look at another car just out of curiosity, so 6272. But I'm noticing the pattern here, the Speedway values are the same. Just about all these cars that I've checked so far. Just to kind of hammer it again. So Ryan Priest, the one that won, I don't know which car he actually won it with. Check his ratings. Yep, exactly the same for Speedway. So yeah, a lot of these cars are rated exactly the same. So these aren't very well rated cars, but they're meant to be actually adjusted. And there's a couple different ways you can do that. There is such a tool that is called the NR Ratings, which will update the ratings of your car files in a batch kind of sense there, or you can come in here and adjust them manually. That's a lot of cars to go through though. Anyway, from what I'm seeing there, all these cars are rated exactly the same for Speedway. They're rated pretty much the same all the way across. But, I haven't as of recently, but I know it's still out there, and it's still, they actually use the tool actually that's developed by the Matthias, I think his name is. Matthias? I might be saying that wrong, so excuse me slaughtering the name. But the one that has developed that tool, he's actually using information, real-world information from Racing Reference. So they're very accurate, I guess, as far as being able to apply that. There are different formulas that you can apply the Racing Reference info to the actual cars. So there's different formulas you can use to plug all those into the actual cars. But from the last time I used it, it's a pretty effective tool. Not only is it efficient in being able to rate cars in a batch type of format, but to, you know, the way they actually race in reality, when you apply it, it's pretty good. I haven't used them as of recent though, so I don't know. You know, probably really change it up because as far as with this next gen car, that's for sure. This next gen car is like wicked faster, I think, in my opinion, I guess, as far as in comparison to Gen 6. They did some testing, I think, at Daytona there. They had posted some of the times there. Some of the cars were running by themselves without the draft. They were running it easily like in 170, 180 mile an hour by themselves. So drafting speeds are probably a little bit, they're still under the 200. You know, so the fact that they've got like the diffuser and the splitter and all those types of gadgets on the car, they keep the speeds down. They still go pretty damn wicked fast by themselves. Even on such tracks like from what I've seen in the testing over at Daytona, at least anyway. Anywho, I think that's pretty much all I had to go over, folks. Hope that was pretty informative, pretty productive too. It doesn't seem like we may have gotten a whole heck of a lot done, but let me see if I can switch this over. Whoops. Wrong button. Alright, so I got a lot of work to do, I guess, as far as post-fact of stream here, to be able to get these lights applied there. I definitely have at least the two different models of the main grand light, as well as the outer pole lights, I guess, that apply to the track. So definitely plenty of work to do, I guess, as far as post-stream. And using the wrong key. Hold on a second. Give me a second, I gotta adjust some things. So I might have gotten pretty out of touch, you know, as far as to kind of lose some people, I guess, as far as, and that's totally understandable. I know a lot of the things that we go over here on stream isn't for everybody. They like to see some of the action, you know, the finished work, I guess, of being applied, you know, to actually race around the track and so on. That's totally understandable. Alright, so it's, you know, I mean, it is a lot. I'm not trying to discount it there at all here, yeah. So, but what I'm saying is it may not seem like we did get a lot done just on stream, because I did do quite a bit of going back and forth between redesigning both the light pole structure and this main light. But I think, to me, it's kind of useful information. Hopefully, at least to some, as far as how some of these things are created. And it's not just a couple of clicks and it's done, you know. That's my one takeaway, I guess, as far as from trying to showcase these things. So I'm going to close some things down here. I need to check. Let me do this real quick while I'm at it. That hauler for the Cup Series, is that reset? Don't need that anymore. Got everything we need out of that. Let me look in Sandbox here real quick to see if it's in my track edit folder. Because if it's in here, then I know I just need to move that over from a track edit folder to the game track directory. Yep, it's totally right here. I knew I had it, so I just need to move that over. Yep, so this one here that we're noticing in the game, that was still depicting it as Monster Energy, that's the one it should be showing. So I need to get that moved over. So I do have it, obviously, and it's evident here in the track edit folder, which is representative of Sandbox here, but it's not in the game track directory. So failure on my part, I guess, to get that applied properly is all. Okay, and then still, as I keep mentioning, trying to figure out, I guess, as far as the reconstruct the scripting and the animation frames for the newly constructed animated frames for the flags here. Yeah, words are hard. So I still want to get these redone so that these don't show backwards when they're sitting still. It's fine on the one side, but not this side. Now, something I have considered And I guess I'll just mention here live. I was going to mention to you, Torch, as far as what I have considered as far as to still have the flag there, is to recreate a new model that's just a static, you know, limp flag, and not necessarily have the wind option to it. That's in a matter of timing is as far as to get the track release and not hold it up to get something like that done. Recreate the model so at least it has this corrected as far as in the limp state without any wind. So regardless whether you have wind on or not, they'll just remain limp. So there is that option. But at some point down the road, once we do get that figured out, I guess, as far as how to get all that animation in there, applying wind, then at least it'd be just a simple swap, just like these lights. At least that's been my thoughts on, at least anyway. I like to race with the wind, like I said, just with that 2 mile an hour, just so you have that animation for the flag. You know, as you would see as when we're in the sim. Just that 2 mile an hour. It doesn't make any difference as far as the 2 mile an hour. It just allows that function for the wind speed to the animated object. That's it. I like it when the flags are flying as opposed to just laying limp, but like I was saying, to have the flag actually there and in a limp, even in a limp state there. The other thing is, like I was saying, just to reiterate, you know, kind of elaborate on this area here. If you wanted to truly make that to where the shadow would show, I understood what you were trying to do here, but the fact that this piece here, which I think is a TSD, or is that a model? Can't remember if that's a model or a TSD. It's not going to cast on that. So if you really wanted to get that to work properly, the only way you could do that is to actually apply this texture for this checkered pattern onto the F section and have that casted out. But I don't think you're going to be able to get it on this half. That's the only problem. Yeah, so the way this sits on here, you got this really bigger section. So what you try to do here wasn't too bad, but in theory, that's actually not bad, I guess, as far as to apply that, to be able to get shadow, I guess, to show off on this. But it's probably there. It's just not poking through, right? Because this is too high. But if you were to lower this down, obviously you wouldn't be able to see the checkered pattern for that ground image, you know, for the victory lane. So I don't think you can really do anything about being able to get a shadow on that. This is, I guess, my main point with the way this is designed. If you had more room to be able to apply an F section to, you know, a texture actually to the F section and have that casted out between these two F sections here, that might be an option. And then you would have at least shadowing on this part and just probably not over here. I don't know if that would be a reasonable fix or not, but I don't think it's not that much of a deal breaker, I guess, as far as if not being able to have shadow in the victory lane. Just being able to go to the victory lane at all, I think, is a huge plus. Yeah, track is running pretty good there. We got plenty of work to do, I guess, as far as post-fact, and ready to get to work. Not really, but it's not going to get done on its own, so. Yeah, so even what you've got here, Torch, I guess, as far as, you know, this geometric F sections here, it's not really going to hurt anything having that there. It doesn't really add any detriment or anything like that. The only thing is, let me check something here while I say that. Yeah, so you've got this set as asphalt, and also I'm assuming you got it as apron. Nope, you got this as racing surface. I'd probably change this if you're going to leave this here. Changes. I mean, I know the cars don't interact with that, but let's say somebody does want to come into this area during, you know, post-factor qualifying, just goofing around. They might have a problem with this still being racing surface. So maybe to at least make this apron if you're going to leave that in there. Just something to consider. Everything else looks good though, I guess, as far as the way everything is defined. Apron near pits. Pit road is all the dark. Now we can't see the light blue as far as that defines the pit stalls because we got that object or that texture that we've shown for as a TSD for the pit stalls. But you see the result of that. You can see there. The light blue represents the being able to get service. That's what the game considers when you're in your pit stall. That's how it determines you get service. So anyway, there's some final thoughts, I guess, as far as how that was initially designed. The thought behind that, anyway. And it was, in theory, at least it was a good idea, but it obviously doesn't showcase it as far as the way it meant. I got to bounce. All right, yeah. So we're getting ready to get out of here too. I think what I'm gonna do is just go ahead and end stream. That's been a long. I need to get some food, and I feel like I hate doing the raid and run. So if you've got anybody that you have in mind, you can feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream, or if you've got your favorite streamer that you like to watch, even on Twitch here, make sure you go over there and tell them I said hi. Otherwise, I'm getting super cranky as far as when I get too hungry. All right, Torch, Yasso, I know Razor James already stepped out. Anybody else that's still here, appreciate you all very much. Hope to see you all again real soon. Bye for now.